Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. Who you are. That's right. And welcome to today's stream. It is Thursday, the 23rd of October, where I am. Not sure about you and where you are tuning in. And we've got people doing the roll call already. Love Jeff in the house. Internet friends. Hello, internet friends. What's up? What's up? Give up the US of A. And here we are for a important occasion in the history of our movement. So I've threatened this before, and I'm pretty sure this idea came from someone within Discord. So I can't take credit for it entirely, but I'm going to do that anyway. But I've been threatening it for a while now. We're going to be delving into Theory Thursdays. And our topic, our first hit piece, is going to be none other than the project of neoliberalism. Dun, dun, dun. What up, Dr. Z? Yeah, all right. If I get to say give up the rock, then the response on the ground is going to be, what up, Dr. Z? Give up the rock. There it is. Jaden Storas here, up dog. No way, Jaden. Have you been here before? Have I? Let me have a look at that. See if I can recognize that profile picture. Oh no, that's a. I can't actually see that on my side. No, I don't recognize that profile picture. Well, welcome and thanks for doing the roll call. Derrick in the house. Jungle Potatoes. It's all coming out now. Starting work again. Not getting trained. One of the workers died. Oh my god. What? Not getting trained, one of the workers died. What are you talking about, Wings of Cheese? So, you've been off work because somebody died on site or something? That's crazy. So, getting rushed. This is mental. Yeah, once, ages ago. Okay, well, welcome back. Welcome back. Or twice. This is my third time. My uterus is quivering. Ninja nurses in the house. How you going? Yeah, give up the rack. Interesting. All right. Well, look, here it is. It's Theory Thursdays, and we are going to be going down a pipeline, which I think is actually quite important, right? In today's day and age, everyone throws around this term indoctrination in the house. Yo, yo, yo. Everyone throws around, oh, it's neoliberal, or it's neoliberalism, kind of thing. It strikes again. And there's all this conjecture I find really out there, or a lack of an understanding, actually, as to what neoliberalism kind of actually is. I don't think people really understand the concept. I think that's actually the most important thing, actually. Jaden Stories Theory Thursday. Kevin Rudd struck the minerals deal by playing handball against Trump. Yeah, no, that's actually pretty funny. The handball king. He's absorbed. What he did was he absorbed a hit. A massive hit. Somebody had to go down. There was an article I saw in the ABC, and they talked about Trump wanted a pound of flesh, and luckily Kevin Rudd was there to absorb it for Albo, because we watched the whole thing, and at the same point the reporter had actually already thrown Albo under the bus, talking about how Albo was kind of, I don't know, for green technologies or new carbon targets, all that sort of stuff. He listed all of these policy decisions that Albo kind of, I guess you would say, would be ideologically in support of, that Trump would obviously not be aligned with, and then came in and was just oh yeah, and we got the ambassador over here that said he doesn't like you or said bad things about you. And so Kevin Rudd was able to absorb all of the heat, I think, for Albo then. So that's why you have someone there like Kevin Rudd, I guess. And Albo got a free ride on that one. So there's your Theory Thursday and speculation on that one. They died outside of work. I stopped work because the guys I used to work with were assholes, complete selfish idiots without any solidarity. Oh, well, in that case, fair enough then. Why punish yourself, right, in a workplace like that? That's supposed to be the idea of this idea, or one of the ideas of liberalism, which is antithetical, I think, to the idea of neoliberalism. But the idea of liberalism is definitely we bring ourselves to the market as laborers, as working people, to the labor market, and we should be able to choose what we do with our labor. So we'll get into that. So it's good to see that you're exercising your right. It's like one of the few luxuries, I guess you could say, that we have in capitalism. And I use the word luxury very sparingly there. Ninja Nurse, yeah, boy. Team Twitch. Let's be honest, Trump was nice. The journalists wanted a bud laugh. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's why it was interesting that this person at the ABC, the credulous ABC, was, oh, he wanted his pound of flesh. I think Trump was on really good behavior that entire meeting. I didn't think he wanted a pound of flesh at all until that douchebag brought it up. Yo, give up your individual rights for a wage slave existence. Yeah, well, yeah, we'll get into that, Avalava. And you've watched the whole Michael Hudson thing because, like, let me give you a little sneak peek here. Blink and you'll miss it. Oh, and you blinked. That's Michael Hudson there. And it's going to be that thing that you put in Discord, Avalava. I thought that was an absolutely incredible lecture on what neoliberalism is really all about. And so I'm going to drag all of you through it. So if you're here today, you're here because you asked to be punished. All right. That's what Theory Thursdays is all about. And I'm going to drag you along this journey with me. So strap yourselves in. We're going to do some understanding neoliberalism. Like I said, I think it's really, really important, only because we use this term, like people use this term all the time, like everybody knows what it is, or there's some type of agreement or consensus on it, or just some type of general understanding. And I don't think people actually understand what it is at all. But like they're happy to weaponize it and throw it around at politicians that they don't like, or policy decisions that they don't like, or people that they might have a gripe with, it's, just a neoliberal, like kind of thing. But I really honestly don't think people understand how to use it properly. 4IS is in the house. Yo. What's up? Not on the stream chat today, 4IS. Eh? I don't like it. It feels weird. Are we talking about the same thing? Are we talking about neoliberalism, or is this people talking about the Rudd affair? Actually, sup players, like how good is it? Even Sky News is backing Rudd. Oh man, I saw some hit pieces on that one. Trump being nice yesterday. I know, kids. I'm scared too. He was kind of, though. He seemed like he was in a great mood. They're all falling in line. Give up your Reagan and Thatcher. Did you see the thumbnail for us? I thought that was sick. It's like a play on like the seminal contributors to communist movement, and it's like all the seminal players in neoliberalism. Cough. Greens. Cough. Yes. I have a video on neoliberalism as an FYI. Ooh, throw it in the chat, bro. People might want to click on that and follow it up. Okay, cough, Greens, cough, as in like people just weaponize the word neoliberalism and they have no idea what it actually means. If that's what you're referring to, yes. And so like, let's actually get through to it, because neoliberalism isn't a policy decision. Neoliberalism doesn't attach itself to a party exactly. I'm going to give you my quick rundown of it before Michael Hudson gets into it. And like, who are you going to fucking believe here? Mr. or Michael Hudson? I'll let you decide, but like, keep your thoughts to yourself unless they're complimenting. Is it just me, or did 4AS just live in the standards of the room? Yeah, he's back in the house, and he's on Twitch too. Hey, good to see you on Twitch. Off the stream chat. Yeah, look. Can I just say, neoliberalism, I think, is a part of the superstructure of the capitalist mode of production. So like really quick introduction into Marxian economics, let's call it. Like just think of Karl Marx and the way that he conceived of the world. Think of it as he was like an anthropologist. Don't think of him as an economics something political economists. Don't think of him about someone who is involved in politics specifically when he's analyzing capitalism as a mode of production. And mode of production is just a way that a society replicates its existence at any given point in time, given the the existing social relations, how we all organize and relate to each other, and the technologies, the productive forces and the forces, the labor power that's in existence. How do we make stuff as humans? But like, what tools do we use? What do we have at our disposal to like create value? So that's a mode of production. Now, a mode of production has has a base. So the mode of production is like, there is an economy that sits at the bottom, and it's kind of the main relationships, I guess you would say, that like characterize that mode of production. So the base is made up by the relationship between capital and labor. So like literally between workers and capitalists, or people that are employers and people that are workers. And that's the main relationship that produces the value, so we can all actually reproduce how we exist. If like no one's creating value, then like how do we actually eat or like live anywhere and all that sort of stuff? Now that's the base. And the base is like influenced by productive forces, and so like what technology we have access to, like how skilled your labor is, all that sort of stuff. So that's the core of it, the base. That's the economy, the economic base. But on top of that is the superstructure. And the superstructure is like all of the ideas, basically, all of the ideologies, all the understandings, all of the science, all religion, all the judicial system, like all the ways that we craft ourselves through like our mental conceptions of things and the ideas that drive us and then give us passion and like, influence our decision making, like all of this sort of stuff. That's the superstructure. It sits on top. How we organize ourselves in little cultures, into units and nation states and all this sort of stuff. These are all ideas, ideological boundaries and restrictions that we put on ourselves. Some are less restrictive than others. Some are like, help us liberate ourselves and all this sort of stuff. So like, importantly though, all of those ideas help to reproduce that base, that core economic mode. So the ideas actually, the superstructure actually support that economic mode. So capitalism itself is able to reproduce itself as a system because it is able to have not only that central relationship and all those things at the core moving, but like the ideas that are in society actually help replicate capitalism. So capitalism will never come out of, we will never revolutionize capitalism into the next system until we revolutionize the mode, the base, the economic mode, and how we sort ourselves out, and the ideas, and like it all feeds into one another, because the ideas only exist as a way to replicate capitalism and keep the capitalistic mode of production going again and again and again. So for a long time, industrial capitalism was defined by a thing called liberalism. You've probably heard people throw that idea around before, like what's liberalism all about? Equality, the pursuit of happiness, everyone's equal under the eyes of the law, liberty, fraternity, what is property. That was a huge one in the liberal era, like the right for property. These are all things that were antithetical to feudal time, where like there were lords and like people existed in a strict hierarchy and all that sort of stuff. And so like when you developed away a little bit from feudal systems, and you still had the landed gentry that owned everything and had ground rents and used to charge everyone exorbitant tithes or fees to use their land because they just controlled everything. And that was a rentier transitional period from feudalism to capitalism, and then that got like kind of eradicated. But what's important though is liberalism was the thing that helped birth industrial capitalism. And so like capitalism has been running with the idea of liberalism, I think, for a long time. And now this is liberalism again in the economic sense of liberalism, like what Adam Smith and stuff would have talked about, like the famed Adam Smith with the invisible hand of the market and all that sort of stuff. That was the idea that helped, bring on industrial capitalism. Like, everyone has property rights, and like people come to the market, and they come to the market as equals, and they exchange things. And like, that's where the idea of equality comes from. It doesn't come from this warped idea that we all believe that humans are equal. No, we believe that humans are equal players in the market. And like, if you come with property to sell, or your labor to exchange, then like you can use that as the proprietor of that labor and all of that property. You can use it any way you want. And if you choose not to sell it, then you choose not to sell it. No one can coerce you. No one can make you do something that you don't want to do. Like you could have been done if you're a peasant or a serf in feudal times, or if you're a slave in the ancient mode, but there's still slavery today. So, you know, it's all very blurry, but like these liberal ideals helped the world go round until it didn't. So I think after World War II, there was a point at which I think capitalism was kind of under threat. We did have things like the Soviet Union. There was a Cold War going on. And so labor had a lot of power, especially after World War II. There was incredible wealth redistribution. The middle class was really strong, really healthy. The working classes were strong. They were unionized, they were organized. And like, you know, there was a lot of wealth going around for everybody, just not just the bourgeoisie. And I think capitalism itself was under threat. Now, remember what I said at the start, a mode of production wants to keep on going. It wants to keep replicating itself. It wants to exist. It's almost like it's conscious. It does want to continue its existence. Now, that's really debatable stuff, whether it's really conscious or not. And that's not an argument we're going to get into today, but like just conceptualize that. It wants to exist and it wants to reproduce its existence. And so any ideological threats to it need to be expelled. And at a certain point, liberalism failed to serve the purpose of reproducing capital, reproducing capitalism, and threatened that fundamental structure. And like maybe the relationship between workers and capitalists was actually under threat itself. And like workers were getting too much power and it was going to change the balance in the system, maybe threatening the system itself. If people like, you know, working people got too much power in that central relation, then that would threaten capitalism and it might have to change into something else. And so you had a neoliberal revolution, an ideological revolution where people started to think about the economics completely differently. They really, for the first time, they were less like, you know, wow, okay, we've industrialized now and we've got, you know, advanced industrial economies out there. But like, is that enough to kind of continue capitalism going, or is it under threat? We've talked about like ideas like how America and a lot of Western countries deindustrialized because they wanted to basically emasculate their working forces and take all of their power away. But like there was also cheap labor to be, you know, ransacked and exploited in the third world. And some people are like, that's neoliberalism. And like that is a component of neoliberalism, but doesn't explain the whole story. I think there is an argument to say that in order for capitalism to continue into the late 20th century, into the 21st century and beyond, it needed to come up with a new idea set, a new ideological superstructure that sits on top of the base that helps us like, you know, indoctrinates us all into thinking that this is the most logical way of doing things. Like that, you know, that famous saying from there's some movie about Wall Street or something that's like greed is good. Like our conceptions of humanity and like how we relate to the world completely changed under neoliberalism. Like before, if someone said to you like greed is good, like, you know, like in the 40s and the 30s, you know, in the 19th century, they would have called you an asshole. And now, like if you say, you know, greed is good kind of thing, or everyone's greedy, like humans are naturally greedy, man. Like everyone's like, yeah, they kind of are, aren't they? I guess we'll just have to deal with that, won't we? But like before, that type of, you know, common sense understanding was not only like anathema, but like people just reject that. But like the neoliberal ideological change, the neoliberal revolution was a change in the ideas, human conception, to help, like I said, capital continue. Now that is just my take on it. And so you can have governments that you think are like, you know, labor governments or left-wing governments and like all this sort of stuff in the existing bourgeois and capitalist system. And like, you know, you think that they're helping you out and they continually make decisions that you're like, fuck. Like, you know, you do some good things, but god damn, why are you doing this? And like it can be explained by that. Like they might not even know that they are doing it. It's like the manufacturing consent thing when Noam Chomsky famously gets that guy from the BBC in that interview, and he's like, "Are you saying that I'm controlled, man? Like I'm not a journalist, an independent journalist?" And he's like, "No, I'm not saying that you are. Like you consciously do this. Like, you know, you probably write about stories that you think are important, but all I'm saying is you write within the institution and." You've only gotten to where you are because whatever you've written so far is acceptable up to that certain point so that you've survived in this industry. And so like that in itself is a screening process. You can't just write anything because you wouldn't be here speaking to me right now if you were truly free to write whatever you want. And it's the same concept in capitalism, I think. I think there are, politicians, economists, thought leaders, thinkers, scientists, whatever you want to call them, people that are involved in crafting our ideology. They, whether they know it or not, they are part of the neoliberal game now, and they make policy decisions that seem really neoliberal. Like we've been talking, let's use a really recent example. We've been speaking a lot about how, for the most part, while people want to make sure that we have a good relationship with America and Trump because we've got, ch- evil China to worry about, most people see this minerals deal as like, oh, wow, we're getting shortchanged here. And that's as neoliberal as you can kind of get in the modern world. Like, where you have a government that sells out the resources of its population to some imperial power for some type of strategic gain. Like, these people, they're from a Labour Party, and like people still can't shake the feeling that we're somehow getting shortchanged by this plan. This is just how the neoliberal ideological framework on top of capitalism at the moment helps this system tick over. And so whether these are conscious decisions people are making or not, or they think they're awesome strategic decisions because they're helping other ways, like they're going to help other things, or they're going to tick off other parts of the strategic playbook, these things happen. Like privatization is a huge one. There's a lot of left-wing governments around the world that have turned to privatizing their resources or privatizing utilities and services and all this sort of stuff around the world. And you're like, why would you do this? Like, you're left-wing. Why the hell are you privatizing stuff? You know that the private sector, really can't be trusted at the end of the day. It's very rare that they would take a public service and actually make it more efficient. They just make it profitable, really. And like, you can't explain it, and you're like, but why would they make these decisions? I think there is a broader understanding, this common sense now that exists because of neoliberalism, and like how it's taken the world by force. And like, this is all just common sense stuff. This is just business now. This is just the way economics is run. And so this is what I would delineate as neoliberalism, is actually this entire ideological shift now that has taken us all by storm. And it means different things in different places. Like in the developing world, neoliberalism means something very different. It means, selling off all of your actual assets to foreign capital interests, militarizing your police forces, and crushing dissent with like hardcore dictatorial regimes. But like in advanced and in Western countries, people wouldn't really put up with that overt power, so they do it through other ways, like I said, like privatizing assets, and like changing the story on things, like changing the story on like home ownership, like in the UK, how before a good portion of housing in the UK was all like social housing owned by councils, municipalities, and like public housing. And then they like Thatcher came in, allowed everyone to buy their house because everyone's an individual now. There's no such thing as community anymore. There's no such thing as society. We've got to change that idea. And everybody came like a property developer overnight, and they own their own home as an asset. And like, there is no society anymore. It's just the individual. And like, all of this stuff helps. It helps change people's perceptions on how the world works. And so like, you can't say, oh yeah, it's neoliberalism because there's a dictator in Chile, but there's no dictator in the country maybe that you're in right now. So you're like, oh, maybe we don't have neoliberalism. Maybe we have something else. It's horses for courses, neoliberalism, but it's an ideological understanding of how we how we work in the economy now. And now it's hyper individualism and things like I described before. It's greed is good. Greed is good. That's like the core of the neoliberal ethos. And like, that can take many different forms. There you go. It's an oldie but a goodie. 4AS, thank you very much for the link. Go check out the Discord stream chat if you want to have a look at some scathing reporting done by 4AS into what exactly neoliberalism is all about. Um, I hear super neoliberal and think politicians going super saiyan when they won't get their way in parliament. That's hilarious. Dilemmas. So the superstructure is the philosophy that we use to normalize the mode of production we live under through all eras. Yeah, pretty much the superstructure is basically like that. It's like all of these cultural elements, all of the ideas that like the way that we think and conceptualize of everything, and it helps reinforce that this way that we do things, how we, we work for a living and stuff like that, and it's just normal. And so, like, we help perpetuate that system over and over again. Like, not everyone's a worker, not everyone's a capitalist. There's people that work for the state, there's people that work in the army, there's people that don't work at all. There's all these different, but like, we all believe like in these similar stories, and like we somehow support this. Now, like, there's people like us out there that like try to break through that mold. Like, don't get me wrong, but like the vast majority of people like, they drink the Kool-Aid, if you know what I mean. People misquote Adam Smith a lot too. You can't read Wealth of Nations without reading A Theory of Moral Sentiments. To Adam Smith, you had self-interest, own interest, and other interest. You need those two books to understand liberalism. In other words, neoliberals bastardized his view on liberalism to the greed is good logic. Yeah, and so that's the thing, like, about self-interest. Like, the liberal idea was self-interest, as in like people that are self-interested and like think that they are going to get the best deal out of a bargain or an exchange will make the economy better. Because if you have two parties that really think that they're going to get the best deal out of something, will craft their exchange in a way that's beneficial, that's maxed out beneficial to both parties, and then like that's actually going to produce the most value in an economy. And that's a great liberal ideal, but we don't live in a world like that anymore. Let's be honest. I'm gonna watch that clip of Gnome. Yeah, do that. It's very, very interesting. I wonder if someone's cut it, but it's from the original manufacturing consent documentary. I'm sure someone would have cut it. So if you can't find it, it'll be in there somewhere. I don't know if greed is good, but I know I can't stop eating a bag of chips after I open them. If that's not the perfect analogy of capitalism, I don't know what is. That's fucking hilarious. That pretty much is it right there. That's consumer capitalism. Hey, I open the chips and they're gone. I just can't help myself. Have I got a problem? No, it's capitalism, baby. Such a badass comeback, including the person who won the Nobel Peace Prize, the Trump goon in Argentina. That's funny. We literally just signed a deal to let America belt and road us like China did to Africa. And so this is part of neoliberal like policy now. It reinforces the old, it keeps in place the imperialism of before. The imperialism of before was like big nation state or powerful entity cannibalizes small imperial outposts or colonial outposts and all that sort of stuff. And so like, if China's doing something like that now, I would argue, and I've made this argument before, I can make it again for you at a later stage if you want, but China is not socialist in my opinion. They are state capitalist. Even if they call themselves socialists, they can. That's not a problem. But like, if you analyze how the capitalist mode of production works, they are state capitalists. They direct labor on behalf of capital, whether that be state-owned capital or privately owned capital, whatever, but they control labor. So that's why I think fundamentally they are state capitalists. But like, they act in a neoliberal model like their counterparts, the Americans. And like, you could argue that the Belt and Road Initiative is actually much nicer way of imperialism than what the states would do, by like going in there, deposing governments, and then letting their corporations come in and feast on the remains of the destruction that they leave through things like the CIA, and like, or like intelligence organizations like that. And like, the Chinese do it like more diplomatically, and that's much nicer, but it's still a form of imperialism nonetheless. And so, like, this neoliberal ethos continues, or allows capitalism to continue to do stuff like that, where the big players with the big corporations get to go around the world treating like all of the resources out there as like completely their own domains and their own control. Like how a peasant viewed a king as chosen by God. Yeah, that's an interesting point, actually. Yeah, it's the psychological framing, and we really do kind of view this system at the moment as kind of whatever we need to view it as to make it survive. And at the current system, we all buy into the narrative of like, kind of insatiable greed, really. And like we need to expand, and like profit just needs to be made for any purpose. And so be it, and to hell with the consequences almost. That's just the way it is, and don't get in the way of me making bank basically at the same time. So let's get into what Michael Hudson speaks about, because I think this is actually a really good lecture. And like, if you have any questions as we go through, if you want to pose anything to me, I'll try and answer them as best I can. And if you have any good comments about what he's saying, like, let's have a chat about it. It's for Theory Thursdays. But I think it's good to understand again what neoliberalism is. It's really just not this one thing where he's just like, oh, here's the list. Oh, they're neoliberal because they did all of these things. Neoliberalism is much broader than that. It encompasses the entire planet almost. Well, like, it does. Everywhere where capitalism is, it exists, and people buy into it one way or another. It's the IMF, for instance, like going around the world and debt trapping poorer nations, and allowing the corporations from big developed countries to go in and destroy, to feast on and eat up all the resources and the potential of other countries. It's this type of stuff. So that means one thing in the country under attack, and it means one thing in the country that has all of the aggressors in that situation. They're completely different things. But one thing it does do really well, and continues to do well, which is the important in capitalism, it helps control labor. It helps control labor. I think in the advanced countries around the world, in the West, why we have things like the March for Australia protests, for example, is has destroyed labor at home in the wealthy countries, in the wealthier and advanced countries, because labor was getting too powerful. And so it's like literally cut the legs off the labor movement, and then just like shift that to places where labor can be controlled a lot easier through developing countries that have more potentially authoritarian regimes or militarized responses to organized labor. And they don't mind cracking down on labor violently, where that couldn't really happen in the luxurious advanced countries, especially the Western countries, where they expect to have human rights, or at least expect for those human rights to be upheld. Whereas, like, in other countries, fuck human rights, they don't really exist. It's the giant octopus with tentacles in every part of the world. Yeah, yeah. Like some of the imagery from, I guess, socialist propaganda or anti-capitalist propaganda from like 100 years ago. It's so good, right? Those evil corporations with their tentacles over every part of the world, and that's how they envisaged it back then. Like that, the way that they would have talked about it was colonialism. And like some people refer to it as imperialism. And like now, I think as an economic mode, like tearing away from it just being like kind of this militaristic thing and this glorification of single nation states, which is what colonialism tends to be. It's like, oh, it's this evil nation here and this evil group of people, and like that's like, and they're subjugating another group of people to extract resources of them. Like colonialism like brings it down to simply a militaristic and state glorification thing. Whereas I think, neoliberalism describes it more on an economic level. So imperialism or colonialism is actually part of neoliberalism. It is this broad ideological structure that like can justify, neo-colonialism or imperialism and all that sort of stuff. So like, yes, the tentacles are still there. Just we do it 21st century style now. It's just a little bit different. And we use surveillance capitalism now to help us do it. So like, and this is one of the things that we've been working on literally all year now, is this concept of surveillance capitalism and techno-feudalism. So is neoliberalism now, with the surveillance capitalism we have some real sophisticated ways of controlling the populations of the world now and the economy instantaneously across the planet. Like the the telecommunications technology that we have now, with instantaneous round the world like abilities, you could control the economy and the labor force around the world with sophistication and skill that you could never have gotten away with before. So will neoliberalism devolve into something else? Now, I have argued many over the last like 6 months now, if you've been around in the streams for long enough, that I've argued that actually, yes, neoliberalism is actually dying. It's not dead completely, but like it's, or if it's not dead, it's evolving or changing. The ideological superstructure that dictates the economic mode of capitalism to help capitalism actually survive in some form is we're having the dark enlightenment. So it's like the pure rejection of the liberal, those original liberal ideas where we're all equals and we're all like free. Like freedom was a big part because you need to be free to exist in the market. Whereas like the dark enlightenment, like neoliberalism kind of just wanted to open up the economy and deregulate everything, and like, allow, I guess you would say, the large corporate sector to the breathing room so it could really take a hold of the entire world market. Where the dark enlightenment that's coming in, they want to just kind of get rid of all of those ostensible values for, like, equality and freedom, and like bring in a CEO king. They want to bring back the monarchy. These neo-reactionaries, as we were speaking about yesterday, this is their plot. This is their idea, and I think neoliberalism will actually take a turn towards things like the Dark Enlightenment, towards what Curtis Yarvin likes to talk about. We'll move in that trajectory, and neoliberalism will turn into a form of, as Michael Hudson would describe neo-feudalism, as Yanis Varoufakis would describe techno feudalism. We're not there yet, but like that'll be the thing that kills neoliberalism, and soon we'll all be saying, like at the moment people still believe in democracy for the most part. Like a lot of people will actually fight because, like, look at the No Kings protest over the weekend. Like people will fight because they're worried that, all right, well, like greed is good, and we understand that like there are certain things that we just have to deal with, like individualism. I want my property rights. I want to own 6 houses. I want to be a millionaire, like all that sort of stuff. These really neoliberal kind of feelings that come with living in this type of capitalist society. Soon, we won't have those values anymore. Like we'll be like, oh, you hear it already. People are like, democracy is actually, it's not that great, is it? Really, it's quite inefficient. We need to do this, we need to do that moving forward. Like, maybe it's good to have, a strongman leader like Trump. Maybe, we need a strongman leader like Viktor Orban or Putin or someone like that. We need these people that, like, just get the job done. And so, like, that'll be the next iteration. It won't be neoliberalism anymore. It'll be some type of feudal style arrangement backed by serious surveillance technology and capability. And I think the Dark Enlightenment is the thing that will justify. It will be the ideological framework that justifies it. The Dark Enlightenment, so that is the dark version of liberalism, and that'll take over and help capitalism survive another day. It's just capitalism without any of the notions, and notions. Remember, it's not real, but the notions of a free society. Freedom won't mean anything at all soon, or at least democracy won't mean anything soon enough. We shall see. Now, I've talked enough. Like I said, if you have comments, please drop them in, because I want to know what people's thoughts are on neoliberalism, how you define neoliberalism, what you think it is. Like I said, it's just a term that is just dropped by people to attack their enemies, or just dropped loosely because they don't like a policy decision or something like that. And I just don't think that people understand what it is at all. Look at that boy cook. Mystery. Yeah, I'm cooking. We're cooking, and we're gonna start cooking with Michael Hudson. So let's do this. So tell me your comment, tell me your thoughts if you have any, on what neoliberalism is all about. I think it's important that we have these discussions every now and again, and you can arm yourself and call bullshit when you hear people using it loosely. But let's go, shall we?
We're joined again by our good friend, Professor Michael.
Need my headphones. I don't know who this guy is. Glenn Dyson.
Welcome back to the program. We are joined again by our good friend, Professor Michael Hudson.
I think people just use it as a term for how society works at large. Well, if they're using it like that, I think that's actually really good. Because I think it actually needs to be thought of it like that, in more of those terms. It's like generally just the ideological framework that now upholds how we work in this day and age, under a capitalist mode. We really focus more and more on profits and individualism and greed, and Like there's no such thing as society anymore, all that sort of stuff. But like if people use it really broadly, I think that's actually really good. If left-leaning governments take control across the West over the next 10 to 15 years, for example, is the Dark Enlightenment still inevitable? That's a really good question. Now, I know some people in philosophy, like they hate the idea of like economic determinism or any form of determinism. They're just like, no, man, we can change things. And like, I think you can to a certain degree, but I also think that the mode of production, honestly, this is just my ideas on this, does the mode of production tries to make sure it can survive. Like it's almost like it is conscious, okay? And it wants to just continue going. It wants to maintain that central relationship between capital and labor so it can keep producing value. And I do think that it's not inevitable, but like I don't think left-wing governments are capable of stopping a move towards the Dark Enlightenment because like I said before, whether they do it consciously or not, they contribute to neoliberalism themselves. Like we have a left-wing government in Australia, and like the real power to the people thing to do with the minerals deal would have been like, let's just make sure Australia gets all of the benefits from having these minerals. If the Americans really want them, they can come and build the industry here, but the Australian people own them, and we get to have all of the value, all of the wealth that is made out of their processing onshore, and we tax that to hell. And like as I think Dilemmas has alluded to, many times we use that to create some type of like sovereign wealth fund, like what I think the Nordic countries have done. Maybe Norway specifically have done kind of with their resources. They have made sure that that becomes the wealth of the people. Now, that has obviously not happened as a result of this. Like we might get some value out of it, like some Australian corporations might do well out of this, or corporations that are existing in the economy already might do well out of this, and we'll get some tax revenue from it. But largely, our sovereign resources will be pillaged by corporations, generally foreign corporations, and that value will be offshored and taken to, bank accounts somewhere for further tax evasion. So, you could easily say, oh, well, obviously he's done this because we want to have a good relationship to Trump, or the Trump administration at least, so Australia doesn't get hit up with other tariffs, or we're protected against the threat of China and World War III and all this sort of stuff. But that decision, whether they made it consciously or not, to actually, sell off Australia's wealth to somebody else, it was still made. And that's how the ideological structure works. It helps replicate the system. And so the corporate sector, the large-scale capitalists will, and who support that capitalistic structure will end up staying in power, staying in control of the wealth that is created under this system. So like maybe they made the decision for other purposes, whatever, but it perpetuates the system consciously or unconsciously. And that will drive us towards, I think, things like the Dark Enlightenment, because what is happening is that people are feeling the burn of these neoliberal decisions that are like laying waste to their communities and societies generally in wealthy nations. Like look at the US, for example. Like people are pretty pissed off, and like they want blood, and they think nationalism is the answer, like Christian nationalism, i.e. fascism, is said another way. And like a lot of people feel the sentiment about being sold out by their governments, and these are thanks to like decades of neoliberal policy. That sort of like distrust now for governments and government policy and government decisions is basically turning into an attack on democracy. People are like, well, fuck, democracy doesn't work. Like, look at China. China's winning. Look at Russia. They seem to be doing fine. And like, they'll look for ideas and cues around the world from places that have kind of abandoned democratic values. And they'll be like, well, like other countries are doing this. Maybe democracy isn't that great in the first place. And that's like one of the major signs of the Dark Enlightenment would be people just like outright being like democracy is useless. And like that'll be really sad for any type of socialist alternative or something like that, because like the whole socialist project is about further democratizing the economy and like, you know, moving democracy out of just politics where it doesn't really do a good job and moving it into the economy as well. So it's in all of the workplaces, and all of the organizations and institutions out there. They're all run democratically by people that run those organizations. And so we will move towards the dark enlightenment, I think, if something isn't done about it to counter it. But like just having left-wing bourgeois governments in place won't counter the move, if that makes sense, because it's not countering neoliberalism. And neoliberalism is driving us towards the dark enlightenment, I think. I think, anyway. We didn't get any of the tariffs lowered. Just looks like Albo went over and said yes to everything. Yeah, we didn't even get the tariffs lowered. And like he said, like one of the reporters was just like, "What about the tariffs then, Mr. Trump?" And he's like, "Well, you got the lowest tariff, so stop your bitching." Basically, that's what he said. I forgot. Support our new overlords. I, for one, support our new overlords. I only hope Albo grows a pair, Dilemma says, and starts using the leverage of rare earths once the US and China become really contentious. Jaden Storas, I suppose that is how Keating and Hawke stayed in power for so long, because they went with the times rather than against it. Yes, they went with the times. Now, like I know there's a particular person I speak to, and it's always pretty butthurt when people like shit on Keating and Keating especially actually, and call him a neoliberal. And I'm just like, well, like, you know, he was, but like not in the sense that he was like Margaret Thatcher or something like that, or Ronald Reagan. No, like he made decisions that were going with the times, but like made them better. Like was like, all right, if we have to, you know, privatize our banking sector and like get rid of the nationalized Commonwealth Bank, for instance. All right, well, let's do it. Well, let's do it well. Let's do it well. And like if we're looking at like the destruction of the labor movement and like a demographically aging society, let's bring in things like superannuation to protect people, and then like the business sector can feed off this like the wealth that is procured through superannuation. So like I think some people do neoliberalism better than others, but they're doing neoliberalism nonetheless, consciously or not. So I think it's a good point, Jaden. But like because people use it as just a pejorative, neoliberalism, as opposed to just this overarching idea, and ideological superstructure, then people get butthurt and they don't want to use the word neoliberalism, or they're scared of it, or they just use it as an attack. We can either be a pawn in the game, or if we can be assertive and become the bishop on the board. See, that's a good point, but you'd have to start up your own movements. You need to start movements and organize, as Avalava would say, and remind us we need to actually change our material conditions, and not just like support the status quo and hope for the best. I maintain Bob Hawke's popularity is tied to his hero effort with beers on the plane. Maybe that's why Albo had to emergency land. We went for the title, but couldn't handle the turbulence. That's hilarious. The phrase "greed is good" spits in the face of Christian doctrine. Yeah, it does. Then the evangelical prosperity gospel enters the group chant, and they're all fighting over butt stuff. That's crazy, but true. Is this person Fredly Geordies by any chance? It is. Is it Geordies? Yes, it's definitely Geordies. We've spent a long time speaking about neoliberalism. I know Geordies has a man crush on Keating. To be fair, I got a crush on Keating too, and because he's good at what he does. And so, like, if we were gonna go, like, if Australia was going to modernize and neoliberalism was the way it was all going, like, you wanted someone that was going to be in control and be like, fine, if this is what we're going to do, we better fucking do it, and we better do it well. And so, like, thank God we had someone who was like, at least in control and understood financial policy and the financialization of the world market, which is a key of neoliberalism, the financialization of everything, and understood how that was going to play out in order to give at least us a fair shake of the sauce bottle, as opposed to, other neoliberal politicians out there that completely sold out their countries. Like Australia really is just a big fucking hole in the ground that we extract resources from. And there's other countries out there in that have suffered neoliberalism and are just big places of resource extraction. And they didn't get very good deals. Like they completely screwed by the neoliberal project. There's a lot of countries in the US's backyard in Latin America that were completely fucked over by the neoliberal policies of the 80s, the 90s, et cetera, et cetera. And like they installed puppet regimes and dictators or whatever to completely extract wealth from these people. Like there was at least some foresight and some planning. If we're going to go neoliberal, then like, do it well. You should go on the podcast more often. Miss and Ali are doing additional pods now. Yes, I have been told. And yeah, I have been offered the opportunity to go on more now that they're ramping it up a bit. I just haven't had the chance to take it up yet. But yes, it's not a bad idea. Get some more exposure. I'm a fan of competent politicians, but we don't have them anymore, except for a select few who never rise because they speak against the narrative. It's a good point. Wuzel, welcome. It's good to have you. So this chat promotes conversation in my viewing area. That means it's bloody noisy and I can't hear the stream. This chat promotes conversation in my viewing area. That's interesting. Yes, in real life, the Geordies pod. Okay, sorry, we're gonna listen to Michael Hudson. I will stop talking. But yeah, I don't see the trend. Let me just say, got to go on Geordies and present an argument that appeals to the hate watchers in there. Yeah, I have a feeling there are a lot of hate watchers actually, or there's a lot of people that don't actually agree, but they'll come on just to listen to what the conversation is going on. It would seem it's interesting, actually. Very interesting dichotomy.
To discuss news thereafter. So welcome back to the program.
Good to be back, Glenn.
So is this, I guess, the end of the economic model we've seen, I guess, at least since the 1980s? Or to maybe take a step back, how would you define neoliberal economics? And why do you think it may have reached its unavoidable terminal stage?
Well, I think I can't talk about neoliberal economics without contrasting it to the original liberal economics, which was classical political economy. And the whole theory of value, price, and rent, from the physiocrats through Adam Smith, John.
I can't imagine being a hate watcher. Such a miserable existence, in my opinion. Such a miserable existence. Laughing my ass off. Look, I agree to a certain extent, but like there are certain people that I watch just because they are actually a contrary opinion as well. So like hate watching can extend into like, oh, what is somebody else talking about? So they can actually be healthy. But like if you just hate like watching so you can get enraged, then like, yeah, okay, fair enough. That is pretty miserable, isn't it? Like, don't you reckon? Like if you're just trying to be part of the conversation and like you have retorts and you want to like clap back, then fine. But yeah, if you're just getting angry and throwing beer cans at the screen or something, then like, what are you doing with yourself, really? I think small YouTube uses Geordies as well for content. What do you mean by that? Like, as in they clip him and talk about his stuff? It has to be the way to use the hate watcher's attention to educate covertly. Yeah. That's right. We'll infiltrate people's hearts and minds slowly over time.
Stuart Mill, Marx, and the whole rest of the 19th century, the whole idea of economic policy driving increase in output more efficiently and measuring economic progress was based on value and price theory. And what Ricardo called the labor theory of value was really the price theory of rent. Prices were the excess of the market price over value. Rent was the excess of price. In other words, commodities had a cost of production. How did the market price ever become more than the cost of production. Well, land rent was the main reason. And the whole fight of the early 19th century politically was to free industrial capitalism from the legacy of feudalism, above all in the form of a landlord class, a hereditary landlord class wanting land rent. And the whole fight that led to David Ricardo's refinement of Adam Smith's theories and the physiocratic theories of value was the fight over tariffs that occurred in at the end of the Napoleonic Wars. What I'm talking about may seem to be a distraction, but it's the key to understand where neoliberal economics and its GDP accounting, its idea of national income accounting, all is part of a counter-revolution against the concept of free markets that Adam Smith, Mill, Marx, and the whole 19th century had. The problem after the Napoleonic Wars was the Napoleonic blockade of trade with Britain ended, and all of a sudden, Britain, that had become dependent on domestic food production during the wars, found low-priced food imports coming. The landlords protested. They said, this means we're getting less rents. You have to impose tariffs to block imports so that we are going to be able to keep our land rent high. And Ricardo and his followers, they were called Ricardian socialists, said, are we going to sacrifice the whole economy just so that landlords are going to be able to make increased rent? The industrialists said, we have hopes of making Britain the workshop of the world. In order to become the workshop of the world, we have to create our industrial manufacturers at a lower price than abroad. In order to have industrial capitalism rise to dominate rivals, we're in a race to cut costs to basically the minimum. And if we have to pay our employees a high enough wage to cover artificially high food prices to produce land rents for the landlords, then we're not going to be able to compete with industries in the United States and other countries that have lower cost food production and don't have to pay their labor anywhere near as much. So the whole dynamic of industrial capitalism from its takeoff in the late 18th century was to rationalize economies, to get rid of unnecessary costs of production. And John Stuart Mill summarized this in saying, land rent and the increasing price of land is what landlords make in their sleep. It's not a product. It's what we call today a transfer payment.
This is a really important concept, what he's speaking about here. So like the liberal project, like the people that supported capitalism, industrial capitalism, and like the people that were actually producing value, is like it was antithetical. Like liberalism rose out of this battle with the old landed aristocracy. There were people out there in the British economy that just owned shit. They just owned land, like the old lords. And like I said, the aristocracy, the landed aristocracy, they just owned stuff. And so they would extract rent, and it wasn't productive in the economy. And so the big fight on the hands of the liberals at one point was just like, can't you guys see that these guys are leeches? They're not producing any value. They just own stuff. And because they own everything, they're extracting rent off people. That's not productive, doesn't add to the economy. So the liberal project was about being free, liberal, being liberalized, free from extractive like wealth transfers. So if you have a capitalist who's engaging with labor, and like the capitalists isn't able to employ more labor and be more productive because it was like half of their revenue goes to paying the landlord who just owns the property and extracts rent off them, then like the productivity of your society is going to be faltered there. It's going to be restricted. Your actual ability to control value and to make more value for everyone is going to be hampered by the fact that you have this large rentier class out there that just like sucks value out of other people as opposed to helping in the production process at all. It's going to hold us all back. And so liberalism was birthed out of this idea. It's really important, I think, actually, it's a really great distinction there that liberalism, this idea that's fundamental to capitalism, industrial capitalism, is like, if you want to produce real value, then reduce your costs. Now, this goes out of control. Obviously, they reduce costs everywhere, then they usually squeeze labor to do it. And like, they didn't eradicate renting. Let's be honest, or it's like people that have holdings in land to screw other people over and exploit them for rents. But like, that class was so powerful that like it wouldn't even let industrial capitalism take off, or it was threatening the capitalist mode of production. It was threatening capitalism from continuing to grow and develop with the technology. And so like capitalism wanted to survive, and so it took on a new ideological way of seeing the world, a new construct, a new social construct that sat on top of the mode. And the mode was moving towards industrialization, and it needed an ideological framework to suit the rise of industrialization. And so you have liberalism. And I think that's a really important why does this not work? Seriously. Son of a That's interesting. That's really weird. It sucks. Whatever, it can die. All right. Something to keep in mind as we go through listening to this today. Damn. There's some stuff in the chat here. Actually, I've been thinking about this lately. I think the best thing Jordan can do for another creator is to blast them on his main. I mean, look at Adu and Esley's growth since then. There seems to be more hate watchers now. Labor is in power. Rage bait perpetually off online lefties. Thinking weird. I have come to go. I hear you. I hear you like to think. So I thought. Before thinking, remember, it is he, and it can be anything. So have an idea where he resides. I have come to go. Not sure what that means, actually. Well, my time to go, but I thank you for your thoughts, even though we may not share them. Goodbye. Got it. See ya. Woozle. My theory is LNP voters. My theory is LNP voters like to feel superior, which only occurs when their team is ruling. So when their team isn't, hate watching and sabotage is their only participation trophy. I watch the things like Geordie's to try to understand how the other side of the aisle thinks. Better clarifies my worldview. I enjoy Ali's presentations on foreign politics, etc. It gives me insight. I watched Zoran Mandani on Flagrant today. I can see why he's popular. He literally sounds like an Aussie Polly with an American accent. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Pretty ironic that liberalism's rise was from a fight against feudalism, but hasn't ultimately mutated into has ultimately mutated into something like, isn't it funny how it evolves? This shows you like the power structures as well, and what is required to keep a class in a position of domination. And so like techno-feudalism is loose in its description as it relates to feudalism. But like the fundamental structure of the economy based on a form of rent seeking and absolute control of a domain, as opposed to kind of proprietary interests that anyone could get into, I think is important there. Will it be a full-blown class system like as feudalism was, where like people have station by birthright? Who knows? But it'll take the proprietary structure of feudalism and the economic elements of feudalism through rent, and like we're moving towards that, which is interesting. Jag, you're against my will. You don't like the topic, I'm assuming. I only watch it for Ali, Jungle Potatoes. Ah, so it's not just me then. Yeah, this is interesting, right? Because like dilemmas, like some of the stuff that the conversations we've had over the months, I'm just like, wait, why the fuck? Like, I'm pretty sure you said that you saw me on Geordie's podcast. I'm like, why were you watching Geordie's podcast? My God, this is crazy. All right, we shall continue. We shall.
And if we have to support a economic rentier class,
Did shifts away from feudalism and back to feudalism again get caused by capitalism taking on new ideologies that were easy at the time? That's a good question. Like if you read Yanis Varoufakis' book Techno Feudalism, he actually he explores this interesting kind of passage where he's kind of like, well, like capitalism was very similar to feudalism in a way, in a certain way, whereas you still have the same kind of class system. It's not as overt as like a birthright class system, but you still have the same class system where you have the capitalist control and like you have a working class. So it was like they could have called capitalism just like capital feudalism or something like capitalistic feudalism, but they chose to have like different terms for it because they wanted to, like, this was socialists at the time actually, because it was socialists that were calling this stuff out, and like they were the ones who were defining things as, you know, calling things capitalism because they were trying to understand the system and differentiate it from previous modes of production. And so like he was like they didn't really want to call it like capital feudalism though, and so like, if you go with that form of argumentation, it's actually interesting because like, you know, feudalism itself or capitalism is a variant of a feudalistic structure, like a class-based kind of structure, where you control labor, but you use the labor control for commodity production as opposed to just creating a value and extracting that through rents off a subservient class. And so like capitalism diversified at a certain point because the market, so like the industrialization of the world, and like the breaking of people away from the land and like creating a labor force actually required there to be lots of different players out there. That's why liberalism, like, you know, your Adam Smiths and all those sort of thinkers, they actually really believed in competition. They believed that you actually needed competition in a market system. And so like one of the big points of government was actually to ensure competition and to stop monopolization. Like Adam Smith hated monopolies. You know, really, really hated monopolies. But like as industrial capitalism was like flourishing or starting to like take a hold, you needed lots of competition across the range, because all of that competition sparked the technological development that fed industrial capitalism and helped it advance so fast to become so dominant. But then, as you know, like most systems like that, the big fish start eating the little fish, and then they start becoming more concentrated, more monopolistic. And so in a monopoly, like you hear sometimes people describe as later forms of industrial capitalism, like monopoly capitalism and stuff like that, as it's developed and become more intense. Like now it's not like you can just start a mill. Like no one has a mill anymore with like a with some type of, you know, extensive coal powered or steam powered system that helps produce linen or something like that. We're gone beyond that. Like capitalistic endeavor now, like it's really like if you're looking to start capitalistic industry now, you need a lot of capital because the machinery and the technology is so intense. And so really industrial capitalism now is just for the big boys. It's just for the people who have, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars or billions of dollars to produce the technology. Like look at the AI sector, for instance. You know, if you talk to Sam Altman, he needs another few $100 billion every 6 months. So like you need a lot of money to be a capitalist now, like in the traditional sense, in the industrialist sense. And so I think capitalism as a class society has moved towards more concentrated capitalists as opposed to a diversified range of capitalists as they did before. There was heaps of capitalists out there that were doing heaps of different industries and heaps of different things and employing heaps of different separated labor forces, and it's slowly become more and more concentrated. And so as part of that concentration, and to keep that type of concentration going, neoliberalism has come along, because that just is I think it's an ideology that really supports the mega transnational corporations that kind of dominate the world now. They weren't really here in Adam Smith's times. And so like the liberalism of before was to help support small scale capitalism on a national level. And now neoliberalism kind of exists in a world where we have capitalism on an international level, if you could say it like that. And so maybe this was the natural tendency of like capitalism anyway, was to, once it becomes more and more concentrated, we start to move towards a rentier system again, because once that power is concentrated in fewer and fewer hands, like you have an aristocracy almost, which is a small class with incredible power, they tend towards not wanting to create value for the sake of creating more value. They just want to exist off the stuff that they own and just extract rent from it. And so like it'll slow down, and there's not going to be any new technology change for a while. Like there was all this dynamic technology change and all this sort of stuff that came out of the early days of capitalism and like propelled us forward. And like we kind of slowed down a lot. They say that technology isn't actually changing as much as it used to in like the early 20th century. I don't know if that's really true or not. I haven't done any studies on it myself or read any studies, but like that's the, apart from the fact that like, there's a new fucking iPhone every 3 months or something like that. Like technology hasn't actually significantly changed too much in the last 50 years, but like before that it was changing ridiculously. Like technological change was just like off the charts. You couldn't even track it properly. But like as the capitalists rope in more power, they tend to invest less in research and development. They actually don't care about research and development anymore, which is one of like the hallmarks of early industrial capitalism, like the constant revolutionizing of the means of production. And so as they concentrate more and more, they like buy back more of their shares, and they don't spend as much of their money on research and development anymore. And if they don't spend on research and development and produce the new technology to create new value, maybe they just turn to rents. And so maybe it's like an oscillating thing, like capitalism. It moves between forms of rentier-based control and then the diversification through more competition and stuff like that. It's hard to tell. But like if we're going towards rentier capitalism, in a techno-feudal sense, where like large tech bros control vast empires and have all of this technology at their disposal, I don't think they're going to care too much about value creation, and they'll just want to control people, and they have the technology to do it, which is interesting. I'm here just because of the music. Just making sure the surveillance capitalists know I don't believe anything we discuss here, but I must be here to learn about the radical left. There it is. Yes, that's how you're going to protect yourself. You screenshot that, Jag. And so when they come after you in the Antifa raids, the great Antifa raids of the post midterms in 2026, the great Antifa raids, you can be like, hey, look, I didn't actually want to be here, but those guys, they forced me to be there. The bastards. That's scarily funny. Actually, it's shamefully funny, isn't it? How we're going as a human race. Yeah, look if sub to Swama FM before I did the FJ podcast. I have always appreciated Ali the most there. Feels like he keeps the conversations grounded in reality. Sorry, I'd sub to Swama FM before I did the FJ podcast. Jungle Potatoes, speak for yourself. My coal-fired brisket has a delicious sooty flavor. Sorry, I take it back. We do use steam and coal all the time now. What has replaced the ambitions? What has replaced the ambitions to be capitalist has shifted to being entrepreneur, being a marketing influencer, selling print to other products through the actual capitalist means of production. Also, no one type in the stream chat, that image is perfect for the subject. What, this real estate one here? Yeah. It's free real estate. Yeah, it's perfect for a discussion on the rentiers, right? The rentier class. All right. I will let Hudson continue.
Then we're not going to be able to become a competitive industrial economy. So in using this concept of a free market as a market free from economic rent, free from any kind of unearned income that is not a product, but is simply a privilege. The privilege of landlords to own land and to be able to use their wealth to control parliaments, to support their rents and hence food prices. The privileges of monopolies to increase the price of their products without actually reflecting increasing costs. The contrast between the market price that the populations had to pay for their products and the actual production was supposed to be minimized by industrial capitalism in order to make it more efficient. And being more efficient, the rentier-free economies would become the dominant industrial economies. That was the whole guiding principle of classical economics as developed in Britain and later by France, Germany, and by the United States. You wanted to tax landlords and the land instead of taxing labor and industry. And the whole critique of the physiocrats, the critique of Adam Smith, was that the landlords were a basically parasitic class that got income without producing anything. And the idea was to not let the landlord's control of Parliament shift the tax burden onto labor through excise taxes or industry through profit taxes, income taxes that didn't distinguish between earned income and unearned income. The whole idea of productive labor, productive spending, productive investment was investment that created a product. And it wasn't investment that created a opportunity for charging rent and unearned income on this product. So value theory became the whole essence of classical economics, and that led to parliamentary reform because there were.
This is important as well, just to remind yourself that even people like Karl Marx, they didn't think that capitalists were all out just evil bastards. So when you hear, I don't know, people talking and they're like, oh, yeah, but Marx hated capitalists and wanted to bathe in their blood. Like, they're two separate things there. Marx was a revolutionary. So he did want to bathe in capitalist blood from a revolutionary perspective because he wanted a workers' revolution. So he wanted to end the capitalist class. But if you're talking from an economic perspective, Marx thought that capitalists were productive as fuck. He thought that there was no other economic mode in history that was so incredibly productive as the capitalistic mode of production because of the productive forces it unleashes, like the technology that capitalists produce when they're in competition with one another. And so he was quite impressed with capitalists generally. What he fucking hated, and I think economically as well as from a revolutionary perspective, was the rentier class. So when people say things like, he hated capitalists or he was bloodthirsty psycho, like you hear, like Jordan Peterson will say things like that. And I think he does that deliberately to like gaslight his audience or like people that are sitting on the fence about Marx and like, oh, really? That's what Marx thought? Oh, okay. But like, that's not how Marx would have described it. He would have appreciated their productive capability, the capitalist class. But like, if he wanted to get rid of them, but like he hated the rent seeker. They all hated the rent seekers because like this liberal project, this understanding of how things work is there are like two classes out there and they're at the center of capitalism. You hear me say this all the time, is the capitalist and the laborer. So the employer and the employee, they're the ones that are producing all the value. They come together, they fight, they struggle, whatever, but they're in a dialectical relationship with one another and they produce value. But the renters, they just own shit because of their station. Because they used to be the people that had the birthright to own that stuff. And so then they just control shit. And then they charge the capitalist class. And the capitalist class will kind of turn around as well. And then like, they'll screw the workers. Because if like maybe they get charged too much for rent on the land, then maybe they won't pay the workers as much. Because like they got to kind of claw back that profit somewhere. And if they can't fight the rentiers, then they'll fucking take it off the workers. And then the workers resent the capitalists. And like, it's all one big anger fest. But I think it's important. It is like to get an understanding, it's the renters out there, the rentier class as they refer to it, is these people that live off rents that really are just not productive at all, and they are a leech on society generally, and our financial institutions fall prey to this, I believe. They really classic idea of usury. like, you lend someone money and then you get it back at a high interest rate, you're not producing value by doing that. Like that's not actually producing value. You might get more money out at the end, and so like you can argue that it's just like, oh wow, but like more money was created just then. It's like, yeah, because someone had to work and like, sell their labor or like go out and be entrepreneurial to create that value to then pay back their interest on whatever loan that they took out. So you're not productive by just charging, like just plucking an interest out of the air and charging somebody interest on something. That's not productive at all. That's just you being a leech on people who are actually being productive. So they fucking hated these people. They hated these people with a passion. And so like if you could ever have solidarity with the capitalist classes, and to be over people like rentiers and the financial sector and these general hoarders. Damn right, these fucking hoarders that like, they control things just so you can't have it, and like you go out and be productive and then you'll give them money for it. And so like that's antithetical to capitalism in the industrial sense, where everyone's out there being as productive as fuck. But as I was saying before, even capitalism now has moved beyond this era where we loved competition and wanted everyone to be productive in the liberal era, where that was important for capital survival, to have everyone believe in these liberal notions of like competition and equality and property rights for the individual as opposed to just the right class of person, and fraternity and the pursuit of happiness. Like all of these lofty ideals helped the capitalist class separate itself from the rentier class to produce all the value that propelled capitalism forward. But like I've said, now we've hit this kind of, like, some people refer to it as later stage capitalism, and it's defined by finance and the financialization of the world economy, and that has led to the monopolization of a lot of things. So if you really want to produce a lot of value in society now, like, you've got to be a huge corporation with financial backing to be able to exist. And that monopolization now is leading us down the garden path towards rentier capitalism again, or in a techno environment, which would be like techno feudalism almost. But if we're like, our capitalistic class is happy to now just become a bunch of rentiers, like, they're even more despicable than they could have ever been before. And like, will that stop us moving towards the dark enlightenment? No. Because if those rentiers want anything, it's just they want to be protected. They want their assets to be protected from the rabble out there. And so like the dark enlightenment suits them nicely, because the thing that will threaten them is grassroots democratic movements, like people that are freely able to express themselves politically and like agitate for their political interests. That sort of freedom, as we understand it, or democracy as we understand it, that's a threat to people that just hoard. Like, as you said, Daniel, that just hoard stuff. It's a threat to them. And so the dark enlightenment is a beautiful ideological change to keep that version of capitalism going, the monopoly capital, where they're now going to start moving to extracting rents off people more and more than creating any real value. And that'll be the most dominant class. Like, even like Yanis Varoufakis in his book Techno-Feudalism describes a world where you still have a capitalist class, but even the capitalist class, like the working class, will just be basically producing value and then just paying rent to these techno-feudal lords, like, Amazon, the prime example. Always Amazon. Like, there's a capitalist class out there that produces all of these values, all of this, like these goods, and they can't exist really unless they're on Amazon now. And so, they might be able to find other outlets, but like, they exist online and they pay, 30%, 40% of their profits to Amazon. And so they need to make an extra 40% at least to cover their costs if they want to make the same profit margins as back in the day, to be able to cover the cost of being on Amazon's services. And so like, that's even the capitalist class, like traditional industrial capitalist class of the liberal era, the liberalism era, are now subservient to this new techno-feudal aristocracy that's forming.
Cardians took fought on this product. So value theory became the whole essence of classical economics, and that led to parliamentary reform because the Ricardians took 30 years for the industrialists in Britain to join with the population to extend the vote to labor so that they would vote against the landlord interest and repeal the Corn Laws 30 years later in 1846, and then go on to try to shift the tax off labor and industry onto land. By 1909 and 1910, the House of Commons in Britain actually passed a land tax, and it was vetoed by the House of Lords. And that created a constitutional crisis that lasted from 1909 to 1910. And the result was that the British Constitution passed a rule that the House of Lords, dominated by the landed interest, could never again veto a revenue act passed by the House of Commons. That was the whole fight of classical economics to say we want to support productive income that is actually a necessary cost of production. We don't want to untax and promote rent seeking that has not a cost of production, but is a charge like a tax on the rest of the economy. Well, what happened was by the late
So they take our behavioral surplus and sell it to other companies for profit and manipulate our behavior to suit their needs. That's an interesting phenomenon as well. Like this is the surveillance capitalist model. Is like we give them free data now. It's almost like slavery, I would say. Hence why the feudal part has come back in, because it's like a free arrangement. We exist on their territories and give them data, behavioral surplus. Then they sell it to companies for profit. And then they can make business decisions and produce value based on the data that they provide to them about like meeting the production and consumer demands out there. But then at the same time, they manipulate our behavior and tell us what's best to consume with that crazy thing that Avalava shared on the stream on Discord. If you have seen it, if you have a chance, go and have a look. I think it's in You Wouldn't Read About It, maybe. And it talks about how ChatGPT is manipulating people by suggesting that they buy certain things. And like this is behavioral manipulation on the next level. I don't think Shoshana even had the chance to fathom that level of behavioral manipulation there. Techno-feudalism needs surveillance capitalism to keep the flywheel turning. There it is. What's this that you put in there, Avalava? What's this? People will work 15-hour weeks by 2030 because of technology. John Maynard Keynes. This brain day skipper really thought capitalism would use technology to liberate people. Very good. From work and to provide for everyone. So good. Marx dunking on Keynes. Look, he's not wrong. And like people have talked about this phenomenon as well, like how technology can be used as a liberatory kind of force, but like it would never be used. Like look at AI, like so much potential to make our lives easier. And like we could have 15-hour work weeks if we used AI properly, right? But no, not if it's going to be owned by people. Like these means of production are going to be owned by other people to extract or to make profit from, let's say. It's just what actually ends up happening. The phenomenon that Marx described with technology is this funny phenomenon where the new technology comes in and like everyone's like, oh wow, this is going to make our life easier. And instead of actually, you actually spending less time working, you spend more time working because the technology is now working at a more productive rate. And so it forces you to be more productive so you can actually squeeze more work in. And so actually you do more shit than you do less. And that's the general trend of technological change in like a capitalistic setting, is actually we do more, apparently. Like there's an interesting example of this in social production. So social production means your life outside of the workplace. So how you reproduce yourself as a worker, and like, you know, raise kids and, you know, contribute to society to make more workers, so like the system can keep going. But in the social production setting, this idea is exemplified really well in the idea of like the washing machine, the sewing machine, your dishwasher, like all of these types of things. Like before, people used to spend a lot of fucking time washing clothes. Like it's actually quite hard. It's very time consuming, especially if you have a large family. You spend, you know, someone's going to spend a lot of their day actually washing clothes, because it's quite the process. The washing machine came in, and then everyone's just like, oh my God, we're all going to have so much free time now. And like, what has actually happened? Like, we actually just fit other tasks into our day now because we've been liberated by this technology, and we don't have to spend as much time, you know, washing sheets or washing clothes and all that sort of stuff. So the phenomenon usually in capitalism is if you get more time, it's squeezed in by other tasks and other consumer things to do, as opposed to you now just having, you know, all this time. So you're going to read a book, or like go, I don't know, paint, or like explore some type of intellectual endeavor, or, you know, work on your golf swing or something like that, or go get swole, which is an important thing to do before, you know, you watch your stream on a nightly basis. Solar Bear in the house. Hey y'all, we're doing theory today, so I hope you're down with that. And I would like to actually know your opinion on what neoliberalism is. Anyway, that applies to all of you. If you're sitting there and you have time and you're not lurking today, tell me what you think neoliberalism is. I'd like to know. I would like to know more. I would like to know more. Laundry still takes too long. That's so good. Wow, Glenn Dyson clip. I hope I'm saying his name right. Yeah, we're doing Glenn. I've never seen this person before, so you must be across who they are. Yeah. All right, back to it.
Late 19th century, as you can imagine, the landlords fought back against this. They tried to argue against this, and increasingly they were supported by the banking system. And because the bankers found that by getting rid of the hereditary landed aristocracy that owned the land in Britain, you'd democratized land rent and housing and commercial real estate. Anybody since the late 19th century and can buy their own house. Anybody can buy their own commercial building. It's in that sense, it's a free market. But in order to buy a home, new buyers have to go into debt because they don't have enough money to pay the lump sum for a property. They take out a mortgage, and the result is that what the classical economics, Adam Smith, John Stuart Mill, the first line of the Communist Manifesto, the whole 19th century wanted to tax land rent. The bankers said, well, if we can prevent this land rent from being taxed, it'll be available to be paid as interest to us. And they joined with the real estate sector and the monopoly sector and the oil and gas industries in creating an alternative to the liberal economics, classical economics. Thorstein Veblen called this neoclassicism. They're neoclassical, and he didn't mean that it was a new form of classical economics. It was the antithesis. And what he meant by that was that this ideological counter-reaction against the classical concept of free markets, a market free from economic rent, was turned into the opposite, a market free for rent-seeking, for rent to be untaxed and unregulated, for monopolies not to be subject to antitrust and anti-monopoly regulation, and for banks to essentially be free to lobby to try to get as much of the rising price of land as a result of rising prosperity, public improvements, the growth of population into their own hands, because bankers knew that whatever was not paid to the tax collector was available to pay to the bankers. And if you're going to buy a house, buyers bid against each other, and the winning buyer is the person who can raise the biggest mortgage from the bank.
This is a really interesting note, what he's just saying here. I think this is really important to understand because it just shows you how fucked up the capitalist class is at the end of the day, or at least the financial version, like part of the capitalist class. But like as soon as they got the wins on the board and they were like, yes, let's use liberalism to displace the landed aristocracy who is constraining the system and holding back capitalism, they were also at the same time, and this is stemming from the banking system, just shows you how fucked up the banks are. And the banks have existed, long before industrial capitalism. And like in the modern sense, they've been around pulling the strings in the background. But here's the financial system and how much of a leech the financial system is on society generally. But like, here's what happened. So like, as soon as they saw the death of the landed aristocracy, and they were losing to the capitalist class who wanted to kind of free up property so like people could get access to like, cheaper food, for instance, because they didn't have to pay so much to get food because it was opened up to the global market. And like now the capitalist classes didn't have to pay extensive land rents to some type of aristocratic lord or something like that, because they could buy their own commercial property and not have to factor that into their expenses. It was the banking sector straight away that were just like, oh, hold a minute, hold on. The landed aristocracy has disappeared, or the land has been freed up, or is disappearing, the land is being freed up. We should jump in on that system and control the land in their wake. And so they were like, let's set up the system so we're the ones that financially support all these people out there buying all this land. And so like people were able to get in on the land game because the banking sector realized that like people could own property now because it had been loosened up. It had been like taken off these landlords to a certain degree. They lost their power, and people are now entering into the housing market. So what do? You finance everybody that wants to get in on property ownership, the capitalist classes, the working classes, everyone else who can now get into the property market, like the landed property market. Let's just start financing all of them. And like the way that they can buy this stuff is through taking out mortgages with us or loans with us. And so like we can make bank of all of these people now rushing in to getting access to private land ownership in this market. And so as a result, straight away they started setting up counter-economic ideology to liberalism, and started breaking down instantaneously as soon as the landed aristocracy were taken care of with this, liberal ideal of value creation, where you need to support the productive members of society, the capitalists that produce value, the working classes that produce value. Everything should be focused on them. The banks got in there straight away and wedged themselves in so they could extract value of people through loans and mortgages, and they justified it with their own economic thinking and started to dismiss this idea of we should only support productive players in the economy. No. That's not where value really comes from. Value comes from finance, and it comes from good accounting tricks and stuff like that. Value isn't just from productive sectors of this industrial capitalist society. No. Real value comes from money and stock exchanges, and like ensuring that you're playing the game and investing in the right commodities, and like it's all this type of trading stuff. That's where value. And so instantaneously, as soon as they were able to kind of get wins on the board against the old landed aristocracy, they started changing the game and rewriting economic philosophy straight away. And so neoliberalism, you could argue, is kind of there. That's where its inception was. Straight away, they wanted to make sure that the economy was not going to just be focused on people who are producing value. It can be people, again, that extract rent. There's just going to be a capitalist class that does that now, as opposed to an old class that has ties to a feudal order or something like that. Yep, Duran next. We watched Duran yesterday, actually, Solar Bear. I'm not sure if you were there for that. Dilemma has 13 live. Excellent. For Our Ministry Grows. Yeah, I think that's actually been pretty good recently. And we've got a few people, like you said, there's a few people live with us on YouTube. And there's a number of people, or there's a few people live with us on Twitch as well. So I think we get like people coming in and out. I notice throughout the day, I think around lunchtime and stuff like that, like more people come in and then they leave when they have to. But yes, it is growing slightly, isn't it? LOL, I inherited my house. I literally had to get a mortgage just to pay the government stamp duties and conveyancing fees. That's fucked. It's not a loan. It's an early release of your capital before your paycheck arrives. That's such a good way of thinking about it. Like the mental gymnastics that come about because of this type of philosophy is crazy, isn't it? Like that's how you see it. Like it's actually a claim on future labor. You can have your money now. Here's your money now, and you just work it off in the future. You literally, so like this is a claim on future labor. If you take out a mortgage now because you can't afford to buy something because you don't have the capital, you don't have the money, then like just take out the loan, right? And like you just work in the future. This is a promise that you'll work in the future to pay that back. So it's a promise, a loan or a mortgage or something like that. Debt generally to financial institutions is a promise on future labor. I will work in the economy and produce that value back to pay you back the loan plus the interest. And that's where it's a problem. It's not extracting value. It's allowing you to buy what you want now for 4 easy payments. That's so good. I heard a good point that AI doesn't exist and people need to stop using it as it's just PR for service. When they say AI is going to destroy human, take jobs, etc., a company is doing that, not AI. That's interesting. Yeah, it does boil down to decisions, right? Because you could have, like, this is the old kind of socialist argument, Jericho. You can have AI come in. Let's just say you have AI and it helps productivity by, I don't know, it increases productivity by an extra half. So everyone's now, that's it, like it doubles productivity. So what do? You cut out half your workforce, or do you let the same workforce do half the work? Like it's the age-old discussion. It's not. It doesn't have to destroy human jobs. Exactly. We could just decide to do less work with this new productive capability. But like the way that they sell it is, it's fear mongering. Really, it puts everybody on notice. Once you realize currency is created every time a bank approves a loan, you see how bad the situation is. Yeah. Well, that's why they're given licenses. They're supposed to be able to do that because they're supposed to be safe. And they're supposed to keep certain percentages of their money as collateral just in case anything goes down. They've got real assets to call upon. Ben Chesterman, Australia, a high tax left social democracy country moron since... Actually, I can't actually see that. When did that come in? Wait, where is it? Australia, a high tax left social democracy country moron since the 80s. Jaden Soros, what do you do for work? How do you have time to do this during the day? Are you productive? Well, if you're talking to me specifically, I am not productive at all. Used to be. Building bridges, roads, should the current tax base pay for it? Or those that reap its rewards over the years? Good question. Well, not if you keep slashing corporate taxes. Hey, the people that actually do make bank on the fact that there is infrastructure around and a society to rely on and pull labor from. No. They shouldn't pay taxes. Ben, there's 127 taxes. Why? It's very expensive to build in Australia. Government is the problem. Infrastructure is one of the symptoms. As in, like, infrastructure, like the poor infrastructure, you mean, is one of the symptoms of bad governance. Tax is good. Taxation is theft. There's a bit of a conflict going on there. It's actually getting there, dude. I was in Ollie Problema's stream last night when she had a cine Marxist raid. And I was recognized from your stream? What? Really? We're getting recognized on other people's streams? Hey, there it is, Indoctrinated. It's happening, man. I was recognized from one of your streams. We actually tried to do this thing back in the day. So, like, I actually used to put, like, every time I commented on something, that the mask symbol. So, like, if you start to get recognized in other things, like, put in the little mask emoji. And that's how you can tell people from the community. That's crazy. I can't believe that happened. That's so good. Taxation is theft. Tax is for the commons. It's the people that abuse the commons. Look at you, Squeeb. What side of the fence are you sitting on today? You're always hard to pick, you are. Who pays the tax shortfall for the government supplied services? Also, Town Mouse, if you're lurking, hi. All right. Home ownership shrunk under Bob Hawke, 1987, growing size of government. That's interesting. Wonder if that's true. Tale of the commons. Taxation isn't theft when it's used properly. Inflation, yeah, this is the dilemma line of 2025. Inflation is the real theft by governments living beyond their means. I try not to be productive. That's how I protest against capitalism. That's how I'm anti-capitalist. So good. I try not to be productive. Not if Transurban builds the road. 9 out of 10 new jobs in Victoria are government jobs. We are all going to have to bail them out. LOL, someone questioning your precarious lifestyle. It is fucking precarious. I take it where I can get it. Yeah, I know. I think I was getting called out there for my lack of productivity. I'll take it. I save my poos for when I'm at work. Turns out toilet paper shortages are a real thing. That's what I did. I told you I'd help spread the word, the good word. Okay. Legend. You legend. That's so good. Yeah, that's great. That's how we get the word out. Socialists steal from productive people. Oh, this is always a good take. I love this one. Ben, come on. Give us why you think socialists steal from productive people. I would say that the corporate sector steals from productive people. What do you reckon about the corporate sector, Ben? Are you all for them? Did somebody say trans? So good. Every time, yeah, trans urban, urban. Did somebody say trans Tifa? The tragedy of the commons is the concept that if many people enjoy unfettered access to a finite, valuable resource such as pasture, they will tend to overuse it and end up destroying it. Quickly 4AS, this is your wheelhouse, talking about the commons, the tragedy of the commons. If government builds something and offers it for free, people will abuse it. Yeah, like roads, eh? Like when governments build roads, like everybody goes out and destroys that road and runs it into the ground because it's free, right? We got to use that road until there's no road left. Keating removed capital controls in 85. Dilemma says, just to clarify, I support your lack of productivity to help get the word out. Thank you. Just to clarify. So good. It's all right. I don't mind. I've done my dash. I've contributed to this capitalistic economy. I've done it. I've done my time, man. It was hard time. Capitalists also steal. Communists steal. They all goddamn steal. Roads are a subsidy for the automotive industry. That's so good. And logistics industries as well. Right. Bob Hawke introduced capital gains tax in 1986. Okay, but like, what do you think? Like, you said that socialists steal from productive people. Like, capital gains, is that really being productive? Like, if your house increases, let's say in value, is that you being productive? And so you think you shouldn't be taxed because you've done something productive by buying a house when it was cheaper or something? Franchise owners own majority of businesses, not corporations. That a tiny percentage. Interesting take. So franchise owners, so it's like the small to medium scale businesses out there that you think run the economy, Ben. Wait till you have a wife with chronic RA and a child with autism. Socialism starts to make more sense within limits. Some people just get a bad hand and need help. Make VW pay for the road can be reparations. Capitalists against the mechanism to slow movement of money. Yeah, look, and see, this is where I would kind of contend that socialism really isn't actually even about just having social safety nets. That's just humanizing capitalism. Like, you got to kind of the market system can be savage. So you want to put in, systems in place so people don't fall through the cracks where the market doesn't really deliver, and on purpose sometimes it won't deliver. But people will move and think that social welfare and stuff is socialism, or they call that sort of stuff socialist, evil socialists. Hey, trying to help people out. I'm on my way to work to get abused by someone with an addiction problem. Am I productive? Well, we were speaking about this yesterday, providing services and stuff like that. Me and Squeeb. Yeah, it's part of the productive economy. I think Australia really just has a service economy for the most part. And our resources get raided by foreign capital. But yes, it's productive. You're providing someone with value. It's intangible, the service that you provide. It's not like, I don't know, it's not like iron ore, right? Alternative is US way of house flipping, being a risky business. Capital gains is a mechanism to slow movement money. Otherwise, house prices bounce. People treat it as an investment more than they do already. Rocks and services. Yeah, no, right. That's funny. Wholesale price goes up for franchise because government taxes corporations more. Okay. Fair enough. All right. I got to give Michael Hudson some justice here to let him continue. Let us do this.
And so the price of housing, real estate, is worth whatever a bank will lend against it. So in the democratization of land ownership and of economic rent went hand in hand with the financialization and privatization of this rent, not with its socialization, as the classical economists wanted. Well, this may seem a diversion, but the victory of the anti-classicists claiming that there was no such thing as economic rent, that everybody's income was productive, that the landlord was productive in providing the service of managing the property and deciding who are you going to rent to. The banker was productive in deciding who's going to be creditworthy and a sound customer. Even the monopolist was productive in rationalizing markets. So all of a sudden, the class of rent recipients, land rent, natural resource rent, monopoly rent, interest and financial charges as rent, all of that was deemed productive, not unproductive. And the result is that in today's national income and product accounts and the GDP accounts, all of the rent seeking by these classes, landlords, monopolists, the financial sector, the oil and gas industry, all of these economic rents are counted as part of the GDP. There's no such thing as unearned income. And the productivity of, say, a banker is however much money he charges for the banking service. And so a few years ago, I guess back in 2007, 2008, the head of Goldman Sachs, the investment banking firm in America, said that partners and employees of Goldman Sachs were the most productive workers in the United States because they made the most money. And you can look at the national income accounts and all of their income.
That's an interesting neoliberal take, isn't it? That you reckon? Why is this happening? It's a very interesting neoliberal take, I must say, that because the bankers at Goldman Sachs get paid the most on average, when you take into consideration most workers in the economy, that they must be the most productive. That's some good mental gymnastics there, I must say. Got to appreciate that one. Definitely got to appreciate that one.
Is viewed as a cost of doing business. Well, this is the opposite of classical economics. It said it's not a product, it's economic overhead. It's a transfer payment. Well, today, for instance, probably almost all of the growth, more than all of the growth in U.S. GDP, and I think much European GDP also, in addition, is not industry and agriculture and transportation creating a product. It's this rentier overhead that is not part of the production process, but part of the circulation process, part of the transfer payments that are achieved by the vested interests using their political power to gain economic benefits of untaxing their economic rents and doing just exactly what had happened under feudalism, transferring the fiscal burden off the landlords, off the monopolists, off the bankers, onto labor and industry. That's exactly why the physiocrats said France and Spain and other similar countries that are strongly royalist could not industrialize until they changed the tax system. And when Adam Smith traveled to Europe before writing The Wealth of Nations, he was convinced that this basic approach was right, and he set about refining a more logical theory of value and prices that was refined by Ricardo, Malthus, the Ricardians, the Ricardian socialists, the socialists and the Marxists, and in the United States by the business schools, Thorstein Veblen, all of the industrial promoters that wanted to see their economies industrialize and become the major industrial nations followed this idea of freeing their economies from the rentier sector. Well, fast forward to today, you have just the opposite idea of a free market, a market free for the rent seekers. And as a result, you have in the United States the much of what's counted as gross national product is not a product. Can you say that charging interest produces a product? When the GDP, one element of it is the Census Department or the Bureau of Labor Statistics goes around to interview households in the United States, and they say, well, if you own your own home, what if you had to rent the property that you now own? How much would you charge in rent? Because you own it, and we count as all of the rent that people pay as part of the cost of the economy's doing business. So we have to count the value of your increased rent and the increased price of your the home that you have. Well, is this creating a profit when the banks will lend more money by increasing the debt income ratio so that borrowers can borrow more and more and more money? This is what led to the 2008 real estate crisis. 100% mortgages, interest-only mortgages to carry the debt. All of this was counted as if it were not only contributing to GDP, but making the economy more prosperous. But it actually didn't, because as the opportunities for rent seeking became more remunerative, then tangible capital formation and building factories and employing labor to produce more products, you had the United States and the European economies deindustrializing. You had the financialization of the corporate sector. You had corporate raiding. You had mergers and acquisitions. You had a shift in the focus of what is industrial development all about, in the sense of how do you make a fortune quickest. And the corporate economy realized that they could make a fortune faster by using the profits that they made on their business to for stock buybacks and to pay out as dividends, because doing this, paying 94% of their profits for the S&P 500 on stock buybacks and dividends created more capital gains in the form of rising stock prices than they ever could have made by investing more and making a profit on actual industrialization. So the whole motivation of turning away from the classical focus on the idea of an economy is to create value to the neoliberal idea of, which means the anti-liberal idea, the anti-classical idea of, well, let's focus on just making money as if it's all homogenized and there's no distinction between productive and unproductive investment, no distinction between making a fortune by developing a new product and building factories to produce, or taking over an existing factory and carving it up and increasing the stock price by stopping investing in long-term capital formation, long-term research and development. Let's just live in the short run and push up the price of our stocks now. Then we can use the profits we make, the capital gains we make later. So if you look at how is wealth accumulated in the United States? You have, imagine, here's like the GDP and earnings by labor, the wages and profits of corporations. And on top of that, much faster increase in the value of stocks, bonds, and real estates. The value of stocks, bonds, and real estate increasing each year. I should say the price of stocks, bonds, and real estate increasing each year is larger than the whole GDP. This is a distortion of the whole concept of what industrial growth is.
So this is another really important concept as well, that the classical economists, so as he's described, your Adam Smiths, your Ricardos, your Karl Marxes, they would have described, gross domestic product, or GDP, your national product that you're producing. They would have described these things in terms of productive outputs, like how much value are you producing as an economy, and like what type of profit is being made off productive enterprise. Now, what he's saying is, like, in the neoclassical and thus the neoliberal ethos, anything that ends in some type of profitable exchange, so like extracting rents of someone, or like, charging interest on loan, anything that results in some type of transfer where there is accountable profit at the end of the exchange, whether or not you're actually producing anything or not, or just like taking money off one person and giving it to another, that is all counted towards a gross domestic product now. And so it completely warps our vision of who is actually producing value in society on a global scale. Now, the question you have to really ask, if that is actually truly what is happening now with things like GDP. And I know in this forum, we've definitely had discussions on, GDP before, and whether or not it's actually a useful measure of anything. And I know, like, I think the overwhelming majority of people here, if not the entire consensus on the chat when we were speaking about that at that time, was like GDP means fucking nothing. It's a useless measure and it shows you nothing. But like, if GDP really is a shitty measure anyway, and it's actually not even measuring the real value that is being created by society in terms of its actual goods and services, and it's including a lot of things that are just, like intangible and speculative, like pure speculative finance stuff, like the price of stocks, and includes people buying back their own stocks, and then they're getting capital gains off that, and that's being factored into the equation of gross domestic product. Then you're going to have like countries in the West, or like, let's not just generalize here, like you're going to have certain countries that really a lot of their economy is being held up by, or the so-called growth in their economy and their domestic product measurements is being held up purely by fictional capital, like stuff that just exists somewhere on a computer system, somewhere on paper, and is not actually a productive wheelhouse. It's not a productive mechanism at all. It's just, oh yeah, we speculate that this is worth this value here, and this is how many shares you hold, this is how many government bonds you hold, and so we'll add that to gross domestic product. And so you have to really think then, when you're comparing two countries' GDP, like a very productive nation, like the manufacturing powerhouse of the world, which is like something like China, and you're comparing that to the US, which basically is Wall Street now. It does have some productive capacity. It has strong productive capacity, I think, in the agricultural sense, but maybe not in like the industrial capacity sense. But like, largely, I would say a lot of its domestic product, its GDP, would be measured off the stock market, and it's not producing anything real. Like, that's scary, because at the moment there's a lot of argumentation that goes on about like whose economy is bigger, China or America, and like, who's got the bigger, GDP, and like who's going to overtake who. If GDP is a measure of like nothing, because it includes mostly speculation, you probably have to argue that America's economy compared to China is fractional, at best. Like, it's almost worthless in the consideration of who's producing real value, especially in the context of China, because China is just producing so much stuff that the world needs. and like purposely set itself up as the manufacturing house, just like Britain did at the start of the Industrial Revolution, and how America did during the Industrial Revolution as well, how Germany ended up setting itself up, how France set itself up, how Japan went to painful lengths to set itself up as an industrial powerhouse. They all did these things to make sure they were the manufacturing centers, because that's where the real value is created in an advanced society like ours that we live in today. And so, if Western societies or the traditional advanced countries have deindustrialized and pushed on, and they exist in these weird speculative arenas now, and somehow they've convinced themselves through neoliberal or neoclassical ideology to count GDP, to count speculative value towards GDP, like that's dangerous shit. And no wonder why everyone's always talking about the next financial crisis that is looming. And if it's going to be the AI bubble that bursts and then leads to a broader financial crisis, because everyone's just existing on this kind of shared fiction that there's so much value in this economy because, hey, look at the stock market. The stock market is doing great, right? Look at how wonderful the stock market's going. If that crashes, I'm still like the jury's not out for me on whether there's going to be some, existential threat or some kind of Armageddon situation where the stock market crashes and then where everyone's absolved of our prior sins and we move into a new age where we can start to make real value again. I don't know if we're really in that type of system anymore. We will see. But it's scary to think that if we're measuring countries' GDP on their stock values, and that is the large and contributing factor to GDP, where are the countries really at with their productive value? That would be interesting to find out, to be honest. I think there's just a general discussion on the side happening about taxes between Squeeb and Ben. I'm not going to get involved in that discussion. I do apologize. This is why Ben Norton always describes GDP using PPP, purchasing power parity. It's a much more useful number for economists to use. That's interesting. Yeah, it's a scary realization, like what he's describing here. And this is neoliberal kind of ideology as well, because it helps perpetuate the idea that capitalism is still working in certain areas where deindustrialization has happened, and they're really just financial nodes. And in a country like America, for example, look at London and America, like the two biggest financial wheelhouses in the Western world. Like I guess you could argue in more of an Asian arena, you have the Japanese version. But let's take London and New York, right? They're basically just financial hubs that provide finance to the world, and then you have these societies that kind of just linger along from the scraps of the table of the financiers that control these two economies now. That's basically how it is. At least America has other productive outputs. So, they have a good agricultural sector. They have great access to energy resources. But outside of that, low productive capacity. It's more just resource extraction, and food production, in bed with financial dominance. London really doesn't even have that. It doesn't have the resources. And maybe it has some of the agricultural production, but it's pretty boutique and niche for the most part in terms of a global scale. And so they really only have the London kind of financial system holding them together. But the value is being produced where? In the global south, as people like to say. Scary realization. But that's neoliberalism because of the way that capitalism has evolved. It's gone global. And that's why you have your fucking JD Vances of the MAGA movement that are just it's the evil globalists that have done it. Well, it's the neoliberal ideology, on the back of globalization, has allowed certain centers, certain areas to be financial structures only, and certain parts of the global economy, like China, to just be completely productive and productive for the world. They produce the world's goods. Like South Korea and Japan, they produce the world's vehicles. There's a vehicle hub, China, Japan, South Korea. They produce all of this value for the entire society to live off. And some centers just rely on things like services now and financialization. And that's the neoliberal kind of world order. and like the ideological structure that it has supports that style of global capitalism that we have now. It's crazy.
So let's say, what does this mean for today's economic diplomacy and the world? People, almost all the popular media and the economic reports contrast the U.S. GDP to European GDP to China's GDP, as if it was all the same kind of GDP. One GDP is another GDP. The difference is that China has been the country that has most of all followed the same classical policy of industrial capitalism that made Britain, France, Germany, and the United States rich. China sort of reinvented the wheel independently of looking at the history of economic thought. It figured out, let's design an economy of engineers. And that's because most of the Central Committee of China's Communist Party are engineers. They're not taken from Wall Street. They're not bankers. They're not financial engineers. They're industrial engineers or scientific engineers, not financialization. And so they have real product GDP, whereas the GDP that the United States and Europe are producing are largely anti-product. They're the rentier income, which has to be paid by labor and capital. That was the whole essence of Ricardian economics, of John Stuart Mill, of socialist economics, of the two volumes, volumes 2 and 3 of Capital that Marx wrote, and the economics taught in American business schools by professors such as Simon Patton, and later expressed in political terms by Thorstein Veblen in the United States. So we're really dealing with two different philosophies of what is economic production and economic growth all about. Is it going to be industrial growth of actual product that raises living standards and productivity, or is it going to be at the expense of labor and capital to create a rentier class at the top of the economic pyramid that uses more and more of its rentier income to cut taxes on itself and to buy control of the political campaign process to make sure that its fiscal policies untax it, shift the taxes onto industry, and endows business schools to teach a neoclassical economic curriculum that denies the concept of economic rent. So you'll have Milton Friedman saying there is no such thing as a free lunch. But the rentier economy is all about a free lunch. Getting a monopoly privilege is a free lunch. Making income in your sleep, whether you're a landlord or a banker, is getting a free lunch.
That's a really interesting point, isn't it? Because that is like a big neoliberal talking point. The idea that like nobody should be given free handouts, like socialist policy, like social safety nets, welfare systems, all of those things that look after people. It's just like a free lunch. People are just getting handouts from the government. It's outrageous. But like at the same time, if you're a rentier and your business is set up because, you know, you charge somebody interest on something, or you monopolize something like land or a utility, because it's not an open market. Like if you have privatized an electricity grid, or you are the sole private owner of a corporation that provides water to an entire city or something like that, that's not a free market, right? You completely control and monopolize that industry. And if you control the market, you can set the prices, and like you can decide whether or not you reinvest in that infrastructure or not, or if you're just extracting value from just complete ownership of that entire marketplace. That's like a free lunch. You're not being productive. You're not producing value and getting profit because you're making stuff. You just control something and then suck money out of it, and like people have to pay you like rent money almost. That's like a free lunch. It's the same concept. So the neoliberal contradiction is that, like, you know, at the one hand it chastises, you know, working people, like people struggling to make it in society. It chastises them for having their hand out and asking for government assistance. But at the same time, when you have, you know, monopolies or big financial institutions out there that basically take money off people because they can give them money in the first place, or they monopolize a service, that's like a free lunch. They're not producing value. They're just taking money off people and expecting them to be productive in the economy in order to pay them in the first place. It's an interesting twist there, and which is what Michael Hudson, I think, and people like this are really good at doing. They can, twist it and be like, well, you're complaining about this, but like you do the same thing. Parasites, yes, they do the same thing. We just don't have the political will to leverage our advantages on the world stage. Australia is always the bridesmaid, never the bride. That must be in relation to the other conversation that's happening. You have monopoly because you vote socialism. Are you from Australia, Ben? Like, when was the last time that there was a socialist party in Australia that you could vote for? Like, or that was in power because of my voting capabilities? Please let me know who the Socialist Party is. To be honest, I'm honestly interested.
That's what makes neoliberalism so destructive of the industrial economy, just as was forecast by Ricardo, who wrote a wonderful chapter saying we're headed for economic Armageddon if we do not have free trade, if we insist that Britain relies entirely on domestic farming for its food, as the population increases, Ricardo thought you had to move to less and less fertile soils and productivity would decline and you'd have rising food prices. He said economic rent, land rent specifically, is going to absorb all of the economic surplus over and above the subsistence standards. There will be no way of making profits at this point because
Labor are socialist, the Greens are communist. I'm glad that you made a distinction between socialist and communist, though. I do appreciate that. But like, what makes you think the Labor are socialist? What is socialist? Tell me. Please. I would like to know more. Like, honestly. I love people's opinions on these topics. It's really interesting to see where they get their understanding from. I find it fascinating. Greens will be dangerous for Australia. I don't think there's many people that will argue with you, actually, in this type of stream. But like, what is socialist? Or what makes the Greens communist and liars? But like, first of all, what makes them communist? I'm fascinated to know your response. And take your time. Don't write one sentence answers. Write me an essay, please. I really want to know. Where's socialist? China. Joke. Well, they are, right? At least some people love describing them as socialists. And like, in opposition to what the West is doing, they're as socialist as you can get, right? In the opposition to some of the crazy policy decisions that are made in the West, in the interests of like big business. China. Oh, snap. All right. I might have to check out this channel. Who is Cine Marks? Cine Marks. Interesting. All right. Back to it. When I ask a question, it looks like Ben stopped. Maybe Ben's crafting a good response for me. That's why it's taking a while. Oh no, are we having another Ron moment right now? No. The size of government, 12%. Idiot. Taxes up 20%. Regulations up 10%. Greens want government to own all land. Means everyone rents off government, not own homes. Okay. Is that what communism is? When the government owns everything and then people can't own their own homes, they have to rent off the government? That's what communism is? I would like to know more. I'm asking for a friend. Oi, those Labor are socialists because they wear red shirts. Clearly they're going to ruin everything. Yeah, fuck, that's a dead giveaway, that is. Fucking red shirts. They're the worst.
No industrialists can afford to hire labor that has to pay such high prices for food that if we pay it the high prices that will be transferred to the landlords in the form of higher rents, then we can't possibly compete with other
That's my
countries.
favorite. That's one of my favorite lines. Communism is when the government does stuff. Or they exchange that for socialism too, right? Socialism was when the government does stuff. So good. Even though, like, government doing stuff is integral to a free market society, right? You need the government to do the stuff that the market won't do or can't do.
With lower cost.
Communism is when the government does lots of stuff, actually. Now I'm fucked. Greens want more public housing that won't help home ownership. Greens policy will result you renting for life. Interesting. Public housing is a pretty good policy, though, if you ask me. Maybe I am an evil green. So, like, I'll let you keep explaining what communism is. I was already jamming out to the Problems stream when you guys came in. She's the official lefty Twitch DJ. Cine Marks, a DJ lefty. That's what a mix. Nothing wrong with renting when you're renting quality. UK used to do it well. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. It's a really good point. It's cine Marxism, like cinema Marxism. Interesting. Thank you. Does it really matter what the rules? Doesn't really matter what the rules are in China. Not while the government has the monopoly on violence. They can just change the rules. Yeah, well, I don't think that's going to change anytime soon, right? Government's controlling or monopolizing on the use of violence. Wow, they're an organizer for the DSA? Wow, that's crazy. And a DJ? No way. Didn't think the DSA was that cool. Concept of renting a slum is what capitalist movement should show. Squeeb's out here spitting bars. I know.
Cost of food production, and his followers said, or monopolies, or with the financial sector. So there was a whole perception already in 1817 with Ricardo's writing on economic rent that anticipated that first land rent and by the end of the 19th century, you had the whole balance of the classical economists saying not only land rent will force up the cost of doing business, wages and industry and agriculture. It'll be monopolies will force up the cost of living and doing business. Finance and debt financing and banking is going to increase the cost. We've got to move towards the basically, everybody called it socialism at that time. It wasn't a bad term. Today, you have to realize that if Adam Smith and John Stuart Mill were writing today, they would be called Marxists. And why would they be called Marxists? Because they talk about value and price. And the counter-revolution against classical economics has been so intense to reject the concept of economic rent that the only political group that continued to talk about rent and unearned income and exploitation were the Marxists. But what Marx was doing was simply codifying and perfecting, extending the concept of land rent and monopoly rent to the financial sector in volumes 2 and 3 of his Capital, and volumes 2 and 3 of what was the first history of economic thought, Marx's Theories of Surplus Value, that was not published until after he died when it was edited by Karl Kautsky. But Marx placed himself in the classical tradition. So the rejection of classical economics became a rejection of Marxism, and it was called Marxism and called socialism. But the Ricardian socialists, they called themselves that, were not Marxists because Marx wasn't writing yet. It was the whole idea of socialism was natural monopolies should be kept in the public domain as public utilities, like electricity, like communications, the BBC, like education should be a public utility. Healthcare could be a public utility. That wasn't a left-wing policy. That was the policy of Britain's conservatives, led by Benjamin Disraeli. He said, health, all is health. All of these ideas that in order to avoid monopoly rent from sectors that are naturally monopolies, the government should provide these monopoly services. And unlike corporate private enterprise, the objective of government investment in education, healthcare, transportation, communication is not to make a profit. It's to minimize the price so that you can subsidize the whole rest of the economy, so that the rest of the economy does not have to pay an overhead by, say, labor wanting to go to college to get an education, to get a better job. You don't want labor to be burdened with consumer debt, with education debt, automobile debt, and high prices for transport, privatized communication, transportation, privatized healthcare, as you have in the United States. So, in the United States, if you look at the GDP and national income accounts, 18% of U.S. national income is for medical insurance, medical care. How can the United States expect to reshore its industrialization when its labor has to pay such enormous costs for healthcare that no other country has to pay?
This is a really interesting point, can I just say? And I think we should kind of stop to recognize what he's saying here. And he's using the example of like the healthcare system in the US. Now, why you actually have government spending on certain things like let's just talk about education. I always forget to talk about education. I'm always talking about like, utilities, like providing water or public transportation and healthcare and stuff like that. But like, let's talk about education. At a certain point, if you provide education only on the market, then that means that the people that you get to work for you, the people that you pay for their labor, if they actually have to spend more money educating themselves, and like they run up debts and all that sort of stuff, they'll actually demand more in wages from you to cover the cost of education. If there's public education out there, and they don't have to factor that in as a cost, then wages actually drop. So part of the reason why there are these evil socialist things out there like public education, public transport systems, socialized healthcare systems, I guess, infrastructure to a certain degree, like, roads, hospitals, nationalized electricity grids, sewer provision, water provision, telecommunications lines, like all of this stuff. If you take that off the market and allow the public sector to provide that for people in the economy, they will have to go to the market less and then actually use their income less. And the money they get from exchanging their labor and their value production, they actually use that money less in the market and can concentrate on actually getting their money to go further across other consumer articles that the market does provide and does need to provide. This is a really interesting point. Again, it's an absolute fallacy that I think a lot of people do buy in our neoliberal world today. Like one of the things that neoliberalism destroyed was the idea that the government is good at anything, and is even required, and you should privatize everything. And so there's been a massive attack on government ever since. And I think, to be honest, like the conversation that we're having with Ben today exemplifies that quite well, is that government equals bad, or government is communism, government is socialism, when, the market system itself has actually relied so heavily on the government to provide things that the market will not. And like filling the gaps where the market can't or won't, or like it's too costly for the market to do it, so you get the government sector to go in first and do certain things. It's like the government a lot of the time will pave the way for the market sector to do other things, and we should recognize that. It's a very important point. And I think the education one is really interesting. Now, don't get me wrong, people spend extra money to send themselves to a private school, but like if all education was privatized, then you would have more of a burden on businesses to pay more in wages so people can cover the cost of education for their children, because education is now essential in advanced capitalist economies. Like, in order to get any type of job, even to work, I don't know, at fast food when you're a teenager, or something like that, like, you need to be able to read. You need to be able to read, like, even if it's just basic science, or like be doing basic maths, like when you're exchanging money or something like that. You need to have certain level of skills that requires a certain level of education. And if the private sector, was to provide that, the costs would be, potentially increased to a level where it would impact the cost of labor, which is why he was bringing up that stuff about, like, the food originally. I think this is a really fucking interesting point. And like, it's actually in capitalist systems where you have the public sector in, public education, which sets the standard, and then the private sector on top of that has some type of standard, because like no one's going to send their kids to a private school that is like that provides less value in terms of educational value than the public sector, right? Like, you would just send your kids to the public school. Why would you pay more money or pay money unnecessarily and send your kids to a private school that sucks compared to the public system? It's like having a public system actually sets a baseline and sets the standard, and then the market can deliver on top of that. It's actually really, really important point that he's making there. I don't even think that's a point that needs to be made in regards to understanding neoliberalism. It's just an important point to make in understanding how a market society works. And so, like, this general idea that governments are always bad, or that they're always communist, and like anything the government does is communism or socialism, is a very interesting thing to think about, actually. Except the government hot the Laffer curve and taxed too much, and the black market exploded. Oh, I missed with that one. And there doesn't need to be a federal or state Department of Education. Pick a lane, bureaucrats. That's interesting. The waiting list for private schools long, not enough places. Momo didn't get the places with the supports he needed for school. Too many kids in the system. Time for immigration pivot. Right. It's interesting to see where people's like necessities for the immigration debate come from. And so like, it's like, oh, there's too many people here, and so there's pressure on schools. That's really interesting. Isn't that interesting? Right. Yeah. Okay. Let's
How are if you're an industrialist hiring labor here with sort of similar technology that's available to all the other countries, how are you going to compete with an efficiently run economy that has socialized these basic costs and that subsidizes the costs of living that industrial employers would otherwise have to pay their labor high enough wages so that they could afford to pay the privatized healthcare, the privatized education system, and so on.
Theory Thursdays. I'm gonna have to start calling you Mystery McCain because you've done it again. It's good to have you, Jerry Poppins. It is Theory Thursdays. I don't know. It wasn't my idea. I'm pretty sure somebody else said it in the stream once, and I was like, yeah, it's not a bad idea. Let's do Theory Thursdays. And so here we are.
We're dealing with two different economic philosophies there. And so neoliberalism is the opposite and actually a radical revolution against classical economics. And that's one of the reasons why at American universities, there's no longer the history of economic thought being taught as a core course in the doctoral program for economic PhDs. There's not even economic history taught, so that you have a generation of economic students being taught and graduating without any idea that this two-century long ideological fight occurred over the concept of value, price, rent, what is production, what is a free lunch, what is earned income, what is unearned income, what is productive labor versus an investment versus unproductive labor investment. All of these core concepts that guided every successful industrial nation in its takeoff has been rejected. So it's hardly surprising that the West has followed an opposite policy from the original dynamic of industrial capitalism, and only China's socialism with Chinese characteristics follows the American, German, classical economic industrial capitalism worldview.
It's
That's a really interesting point, what he's made there. Only because it feeds into my general theory on like how things really work. I don't know why my camera is delayed, but I apologize. It's out today. He's saying that China takes a neoclassical liberalist view of economics, whereas the West has taken the neoliberal view. Sorry, not a neoclassical, a classical view of economics, which is value is really produced where there is productive enterprise as opposed to rentier enterprise. And so the West has devolved into a neoliberal world, while China upholds the values of classical liberalism and seeks to support industrial capitalism as much as possible. And this does kind of shed light on my general theory of why China is still capitalist. It's state capitalist, but it appears to be socialist because in the face of neoliberalism that has really taken the West by a hold, largely, if not the global economy really, but like it has really taken over the West, and they're the champions of neoliberalism. China appears to be socialist in that context. And as he was describing before, the way that like Adam Smith talks, people would call him a Marxist and a socialist today because he puts so much emphasis on creating value as opposed to like monopolies coming in and controlling things and destroying the economy. So like, even Adam Smith is a socialist by today's neoliberal standards. So China is socialist and communist by today's neoliberal standards. It's a very interesting point, I must say. Award for the best new up and comer is Ben. Yeah. Interesting.
I'm very glad you mentioned the GDP because this the way GDP covers up for rising rents and monopoly income. It's often ignored, and indeed we see GDP as a measurement over time becoming less and less reliable. But there is something fascinating though about, as you suggest, the ideology of this new neoliberal economics that is everyone more or less realized that neoliberal economics and unfettered markets often produce these kind of monopolies and economic inequalities. It offers less worker protection. We already know this. We know that this can fuel social problems. When you know that the oligarchies developed by no limits on rent seekers create political instability, when people have less vested interest in the status quo, political polarization, even less role for democracy. Again, all of these things are known, but it's in this ideological speech we know, it's dismissed as communism or socialism. But this was the language of Alexander Hamilton or Henry Clay or Friedrich List. So it is quite extraordinary. But I was
all right. He's going to get into neo-feudalism now, and I'm not going there. I don't want to speak about neo-feudalism yet. We can save that for another techno-feudalism stream. But like, there's one other piece of theory that I really wanted to have a look at today before we get to the afters. And this is by a friend of mine, a dear friend of mine. You may have heard of him. His name is David Harvey. And I think he is just an absolute legend. I think him, Michael Hudson, and Professor Richard Wolff, like all of these type of people, they have a good Marxian level understanding of how the economy kind of works. And so David Harvey here actually gives his 2 cents on what he thinks neoliberalism is. Now, he wrote a book on neoliberalism. It was probably one of the first pieces of literature that really tried to tackle the concept of neoliberalism, and he took it on in like the early 2000s or something like that. Like, people spoke about neoliberalism, but like, I'm talking about generally. There were neoliberal economics theorizers, like, from the 1920s onwards, like Hayek and such. And then like people took that and developed it more, like your Friedmans of the world, your Ayn Rands, even to a certain extent, but she's more libertarian, I guess, than a neoliberal, but like similar kind of free market ethic there. And he analyzes the postmodern neoliberalism, like after it took over from the 70s onwards, and then sitting back after like a couple of decades or a few decades of it to try and understand what it really means after the fact, as opposed to like just like these are the general theories of it and this is what it could look like if we put this stuff into practice. He's analyzing it after the fact. And so yeah, David Harvey speaks here in the context of his reading of the Grundrisse. So the Grundrisse is a text that was written by Karl Marx as a prelude to Das Kapital. So before he wrote Capital Volume 1 and 2 and 3, but like mostly 1, because that's what he really authored. The other two, they were still notebooks. But like before he wrote Das Kapital, which is his seminal work, economic work, I guess you would say, he wrote this thing called the Grundrisse, which he then developed into all of his ideas. And so like it's really an eye-opening book. But anyway, in the context of his lecture about the Grundrisse, he just starts talking about neoliberalism. So here's another take from another old dude who's been around the block for a while, but like has formulated a strong opinion on what neoliberalism is. So let's have a look at what he says.
Free speech movement, anti-corporate movement, there's an anti-war movement, there's an anti-race movement. And in fact, you look at the situation in the 60s and 70s, and the ruling classes are in a powerless state. Furthermore, the crash of 1973 brought down the wealth of the ruling classes by a very significant amount. And there's this funny sort of story of David Rockefeller lecturing the mayor of New York about the profligate nature of their expenditures and how the fiscal crisis of New York means that New York has to suffer in order to recuperate its financial viability. And Rockefeller's lecturing them on all this kind of thing. And all of a sudden he gets a phone call in the middle of this lecture, and he's told that his real estate investment trust of the Chase Manhattan Bank, which is the big property arm, is going bankrupt. And he has to rush out of the meeting and disappear back downtown to try and rescue the real estate investment trust. So the ruling class is in a lot of difficulty in terms of state finance, in terms of corporate capital finance. The wave of anti-corporate legislation. These were the years when the Environmental Protection Agency was set up. Well, corporate capital hates the Environmental Protection Agency and would love to dissolve it, but and is trying to dissolve it. Trump was trying to dissolve it. The way you dissolve, you never get rid of it. What you do is you appoint an idiot to run it. I mean, that's the way in which you do it, and it's so catastrophic that nothing very much gets done. Or you defund it in some way. So the world was in a mess. And along came somebody called Lewis Powell, who eventually became a Supreme Court justice. And Lewis Powell kind of writes this memo and says, look, the anti-corporate and anti-capitalist rhetoric has gone too far. We need to organize a counterattack against this. And how do we organize that counterattack? Well, we start to mobilize institutions. And we mobilize institutions like the Business Roundtable. We set up think tanks like the Manhattan Institute and the Heritage Foundation and all those kinds of things. And we fund
Heritage Foundation, hey? And we start to change the discourse on the economy. Very interesting stuff.
Research and all this kind of thing. And he made the kind of comment, the universities are very important for us to take over, but they're impossible to take them over. They're dominated by the liberal left right now. So what we do is we set up the National Bureau of Economic Research. We develop independent capacities for research. So we
See, this theory is interesting as well, because it actually explains, I think, nicely the phenomenon that is Charlie Kirk, because Charlie Kirk's whole shtick was going around to universities and telling university kids that they're fucking useless and they don't need universities to be a productive member in society. Universities are just an indoctrination campaign to control your thoughts and turn you into a little liberal stooge. And so like get yourself out of university if you don't have to be there. And so it's funny that the people that were at one point like, oh, we need to take control back over the economy. There's too much anti-capitalist stuff going on. There's too much environmental regulation and all this stuff that tries to humanize and constrict capital. There's too much of that sort of stuff going on at the moment. We need to do something about this. They were like, oh, we can't take over the university system yet. That's a long project. Let's do it in the meantime. Let's set up, the heaps of think tanks and foundations, which are all funded by the capitalist classes, millionaires and billionaires. Let's set up these institutions that can help start changing the conversation in the meantime. And this is how neoliberalism started to ingrain itself ideologically in society. It was a conceded effort. So maybe to answer, some of your questions about like, how do we actually mobilize? How do we change our material conditions, Avalava? It's probably things like, it seems to be things like this. These think tanks, your heritage foundations of the world, they make a real difference. They make a real material difference. And so like I joke that like, streams like this, they don't really do anything. It's just me speaking into a camera because of my own self-interest. But like, we're never going to change anything just sitting in a stream. But like, at the same time, these your heritage foundations of the world, they make real material impacts because they set policy decisions. So you have like all of these, experts in the field that form think tanks. So they're all of these people that have the same corporate interests and want to see their ability to make money and continue to make money out of the system, whether that be through productive or unproductive enterprises. Who gives a shit? They just want to push this rhetoric that allows them to be like the corporate sector and the financial sector can be completely deregulated through this free market kind of ethic out there, and this general greed is good ethic. They promote this nonsense and they put it into policy. They have teams of lawyers that help them write policy, and then they just distribute that to politicians, and they just say, you're right wing or you're with the Republican Party. Here's a list of policies that align with the neoliberal agenda. Here's a bunch of policies. We've done all the work for you. We're a reputable organization. We're the Heritage Foundation. We're this think tank. We're that think tank. We've already thought about all these wonderful things to do and where we can change society through policy. Here you go. So maybe we need to set up think tanks. And that's why 4IS, it was his idea. So 4IS set up the Revolutionary Think Tank podcast. Is like, how do you battle the think tanks that exist out there, like the Heritage Foundation and things like that? Like, how do you battle them? You got to get some type of counterweight to those ideas, and you need to start then using the force of the expertise that are inside those institutions to start implementing policy decisions and like influencing grassroots movements, so then they can go over and start to infiltrate the system to a certain extent. Interestingly, the Heritage Foundation actually started with funding from Joseph Coors Sr., a Coors Brewing Foundation wealth. Yeah, I remember when we looked at that and brought that up, actually. It was probably someone told us to look into that when we started reading Project 2025, which is the child of the Heritage Foundation in cahoots with other important think tanks and other important individuals, all selected from kind of the neoliberal school of economics. Not like directly the neoliberal school, but like it's people that have been indoctrinated with a neoliberal outlook of the world. They're definitely not Marxists, let's say. Or people who think of value creation in the economy from the perspective of not dealing with stock market speculation, but dealing with actual production of value through productive capitalistic enterprise and the labor force. So I guess to answer speculation about like what we can actually do, maybe we have to think about how to honestly set up a think tank. I think, podcasters are like the modern day social media / working class friendly version of think tanks. You get a bunch of experts, I guess, to sit around and talk about an issue, and people just tune in and watch them, and get and that's how they proliferate ideas. So like podcasts definitely seem to be the plebeian or the commoner's think tank these days. But like the real economic think tanks or the strong think tanks out there are basically policy institutes, and they create things to send off to other organizations and specifically to politicians. So like they start making decisions in their favor. Was it Jag? Like I thought someone brought it up when we were going through the Project 2025. And I wonder who that was, because I'm not sure if Jag was there for the entirety of the Project 2025. But someone told us to look into it straight away. They were just like, it's a beer thing. It was made from beer money. It's crazy. It's crazy, man. All right. Back to good old David Harvey.
Set up in Britain the Institute of Economic Affairs. We start to legitimate the new form of economics by corrupting the business elites in Sweden, and they create a Nobel Prize in economics, which goes to Hayek and Friedman and all these people. And there was a great book that came out by a journalist that time, by a guy who's still a columnist for the New York Times, a guy called Thomas Edsall, called The New Inequality. And he basically documented the way in which all of these people, the corporate heads, got together and started to actually organize a counterattack against what they felt was a threat to their wealth and their well-being. And therefore they looked for an economic theory that would justify the kinds of things they wanted to do. And in the same way that the Manchester industrialists in the 19th century embraced marginalism because it justified what they were doing. So it was that all of these people at some point or other found this doctrine of neoliberal supply-side economics and said, "That's great. That's exactly what we should do. Austerity for New York City is right to save the banks, but deregulate the economy, deregulate the banks, deregulate corporations, deregulate the environmental things." So you see this whole thing. So again, what Marx's configuration here is, I think, very interesting to say, well, ideas are going to be a vehicle whereby you change the world. And Margaret Thatcher, when she took on the neoliberal ideas, basically said, it's not simply about changing the economy. I want to change people's ideas. I want to change their mental conceptions of the world. I want to change the soul. I want to change the way they think. I want to create new kinds of individuals, the neoliberal ethic. And in fact, we then get stuck with the neoliberal ethic. Even I'm caught up in it, and you're caught up. We're all caught up in the neoliberal ethic because it basically becomes hegemonic and dominant, and we don't even notice it anymore. It's all there. Austerity and public affairs and all the rest of it comes back in certain waves. So this passage to me again was just a wonderful little passage where it kind of it's almost like a slogan and say, how would I conduct research into the question of how come neoliberalism started and what were its consequences? Well, I went back and tried to find out who the Lord and Master was that set up and created these new ideas and then used them as means to try to reestablish an alternative economic order. I mean, things were really out of control in the 1960s. I mean, in the 1960s, students in Santa Barbara burned down a Bank of America building. They buried a Chevy in the sand in protest against the environment.
Yeah, I know, right? They're really showing off, aren't they? Tell that YouTube stream chat to stop bragging about all that home ownership. Yeah, I know, douchebags. Show-offs.
Things. I mean,
it's a big thing in Australia, Jag, this conversation. It's basically the Australian dream right there. This is a similar sentiment in America, I guess. Home ownership. In a bourgeois system, property is rights. I know that's like property rights, but like if you have property, you have rights in the system. And that's how you get into the system and have some type of control. Because if you own stuff, ownership comes with rights, and that's how you get rights in the system. Just existing in the bourgeois system doesn't give you rights, really. But like if you get the property and it's in your name, that comes with real rights in the economy, and then you can live vicariously through that property to enjoy your rights.
It was getting out of control, and clearly the corporate capitalist class realized that, and they organized everything around Lewis Powell's memo, and the Business Roundtable did all the things that it did, imposing tuition on CUNY, for example, was something that the Business Roundtable was advocating for. The Rockefeller brothers were extremely important members of that. But there is something going on here which is actually an important theme. And I'm sort of a bit of a side.
So that's all I wanted to show you, because he's going to get into other stuff about the Grundrisse and stuff. But like the main thing is here, there was a concerted effort to change the ideological understanding of how the world worked. And like there was a neoliberal project, and it was to redefine how kind of value makes sense in the capitalist world economy. And so we changed our mental conception of what was important for the economy around the time of the 70s. This was brewing under the surface for a long time. And like these people like were theorists and were like spitting out these ideas of like where value really comes from and what's really good for the economy. And up until a certain point, like even, you know, Keynes and stuff like that, they believed in like productive capacity. They believed in spending. They believed in government coming in to save the market system. And like now the neoliberal like ethos, especially after the Cold War is finished, is like, you know, all government is communism, all government is bad, greed is good, individualism, private sector all the way, privatize what you can, and like government spending, government anything is just evil, evil, evil. They want the government out of things because the government has come in and regulated capitalism and has led to problems in the past for capital. And so in order for capitalism to kind of survive, it had to push through an agenda of massive deregulation, so it could, you know, shake off its chains basically and continue to move forward in a world where, because productive capacity is so intense now, we have such incredible technology, you need less and less labor. And so like the labor that you do use, you don't want to have that labor having too many rights and too many calls over how the economy should be run. And so like you change everybody's opinion, you get them involved in the economy somehow through like their own private home ownership. So they think that like investing in stuff is the way that they have a stake in society, as opposed to being kind of workers that are organized and have good conditions and good pay and all that sort of stuff. And that's how they get their wealth in society, because people are looked after by society. No. Like people are all their own little businesses. Everyone's an individual entrepreneur, and it's up to you. And if you don't make it in the system, you're a failure because you haven't played the monopoly board right. You should be a successful person. It's not society's responsibility to look after you. It's not society's responsibility to look after anyone. If you don't make it in society, you're a failure. It doesn't matter if, as people are talking about here, like the cost of housing in northern Sydney is like $3 million a pop for a house. No. If you can't afford to buy in the area that you grew up in, you're a fucking failure. You should have become a fucking millionaire. That's your problem. And like, so neoliberalism has kind of changed our ethos on the way we conceive of the world, but it's done that, and this is really important. It's just not ideas floating around for the sake of ideas, and thank God for the Heritage Foundation and like the wealth that came from the Coors Brewing Corporation that's just changed the world. No, capitalism was under threat, which is what he talks about here, which is not the same thing as what Hudson was talking about, but Hudson was talking about it in an indirect way, that like up until a certain point, liberalism served capital and allowed it to kind of control the relationship with labor. And then labor started to claim too much power in that situation. And if labor takes too much power from capital, you don't have capitalism anymore. You have a different system, and you might be even transitioning to something else altogether. And so for capitalism to save itself in that situation, neoliberal thinking came on, and it was just like, let's break up this solidarity in the workforce. Let's break up this idea that workers have so much power, and like let's break up this idea that real value comes from productive capacities, like in that relationship between capital and labor. Let's break down this idea and segregate it. Everybody's an individual now. There is no such thing as society. You look after your own interests, and that'll be fine. And like just focus on yourself. Hyper individualism. There is no such thing as society anymore. And so like it started to bring in new mental conceptions of the world. And it's, greed is good, privatize everything, government bad, government communist, government socialist, government evil. And like, if you have to live on social security, we should defund that shit, because there's no such thing as a free lunch. Like there's no such thing as a handout. That sort of stuff is bullshit. It creates toxic societies because like everyone's just freeloading off the system. While, obviously the contradiction is that the system is really set up to allow certain people to freeload off the system and be subsidized by the system, and that's usually the private sector. And so that mental conception changed at a certain point. And so like neoliberalism, to sum it all up, neoliberalism really is that, I think, is a way for capitalism to transition into a new mode. It was going global. It was breaking down the barriers of nationally bound markets. You had China that was isolated and not modernized, but had a massive labor market. And like Nixon and Kissinger wanted in, they understood that there was cheap labor in there. They wanted to open up China to the world and modernize that economy. It was like the safe form of communism. Like you had the evil Russian communists, but the Chinese you could bargain with and do deals with. And so like they opened up China to the world, and the rest is history. And they opened up that labor market. Capital went truly global. It was already existing globally through like kind of imperialistic tendencies and like colonialism, like proper old school colonialism, up until like probably the end of World War II. But then like the world liberalized to a certain extent, and then like neoliberalism needed to take over to continue that imperialistic tendency of capitalism to go around the world just dominating people. And so like to allow that global domination to continue, where you have financial cores and you have certain core areas of the empire, of the capitalist kind of world system, and you have other places that just provide value inputs into them through like resource inputs and like labor inputs. In order to keep that type of capitalist machine going, the neoliberal kind of ethos took, and like national markets were broke down to make way for international and global markets. And now there's a retraction and a response against that, and people are calling to question the idea of, globalization. I don't think globalization will ever go away. I think what will happen potentially is that in the wake of people being just upset how the economy's gone under neoliberal policy, and like the rich have become mega wealthy and people are struggling more than they were a couple of generations ago, there will be a breakdown of like global trade to a certain extent, and it will become more regional. And so like you'll have kind of your new BRICS style society and consortium looking after each other's interests, and you'll have like kind of the old West, inclusive of like Japan and parts of Southeast Asia. India, I think India like is BRICS, so I think it'll go with them. But like you'll have a regional splitting, but you'll still have global exploitation and trade amongst all of them. And like I think that'll break down because of the warlike and siege mentality of the split from globalization, like overt everyone's free trade kind of globalization that America kind of gave the world after World War II. Will get a kind of a breakdown of democracy because of that siege mentality, and if everyone will be under like the Dark Enlightenment will come, and we will have a form of overt aristocracy that comes back through maybe Curtis Yarvin's idea of a CEO king, and a board of directors that control society. Maybe it'll be like that. Maybe it'll be some type of purist, fascist, Christian nationalist form of Dark Enlightenment, fascism or something like that, where it's some supreme leader like a Trumpian figure, and his family and his entourage that controls things. Who knows how it'll play out exactly? But that's the type of stuff that we're moving towards. So like neoliberalism helped capitalism continue to do its thing. And so the question is neoliberalism over? Is it transitioning to another form? What is that what's that transition going to look like? What will the end result of that transition be? I think these are all crucial questions for all of us moving forward, and that's why it's important to understand what neoliberalism is, because neoliberalism is not just like one policy decision. It's just not one trend of just privatizing everything. It's not just one trend of like the IMF going in and bankrupting developing countries at the behest of corporate sectors around of like corporate and foreign capital around the world. It's not just the privatization of somebody's resources and water distribution network at home, or their electricity, or their public transportation network. It's not just any one of these things. It's all of them together to help create a new way of thinking, so we all buy in to saving capitalism from itself. We help it reproduce itself, and then it'll evolve into a new iteration of some sort. To help the class system that it produces continue. It'll help that control labor just a little bit more. But like as we develop and get more technologically advanced, like the labor pool drops. Like back in the day in industrial capitalism, you needed huge labor because the technology wasn't there. But now we've got such sophisticated technology, the control over labor reduces even more, and we have more waste. We have more exhaust, leftover population that is falling through the cracks, and which will be more and more excuse for people just to be like, nah, we don't need social safety nets. We don't need this social democratic lefty nonsense. We don't need any of that shit, to be honest. Because like, look at all the people we have to support, and there's like less and less people working to support them, less and less of a tax base for governments, and then they'll have less budget on their hands, and then so they'll have to put in more austerity measures, pushing people more towards the idea that government sucks and all government is communist and democracy doesn't deliver. So it must be our political system. Let's move on to one dude with an orange face or something like that, or one tech billionaire, maybe Peter Thiel or something like that. They'll have all the answers. Let's get rid of let's sell our freedoms and our political freedom. So our democracy, which is the expression of political freedom at the moment, let's sell all of that and like hand it over to one person to control the economy. That hopefully they'll have all the answers. But you know, we've seen where this type of stuff goes before, where we give like someone who's like a supreme leader style person control over capitalistic economy, which is essentially a system of commodity production for sale on the market. Yeah, let's give the reins to one person. Let's see how that pans out. That's always worked well in the past. But yeah, neoliberalism, really, if you think about it, is an ideological shift on a global economic scale. So the capitalistic way of doing things could help justify it. And it's not just privatize everything, because yeah, they privatize stuff for profit, but they also do crazy things like militarizing police forces and using the state to crack down on people that they want to. So it's not about like just this general liberal approach to everything. They're more than happy to use the state. They're more than happy to use the state to coerce people into doing stuff, and to making sure labor supplies and resources are controlled and the population is subdued, so the private sector can kind of do what it needs to do and privatize everything. So like neoliberalism isn't just about states privatization. Sorry, it is about using the state and using the state better. And like Project 2025, I think shows that really well. Project 2025 is like, hey, the state has been, is riddled with all this liberal bullshit, like green energy policies and like all this nonsense about DEI and like bringing all these constraints on the market. Let's get rid of that sort of stuff, and we'll use the state to get it and rewrite how we think about things. So that's it for the main part of this stream. If you've been hanging out today, thank you. I do appreciate it. I know there's been massive conversation on the side between Ben and Squeeb and some others about what's going on today from a, I guess, Australian and very Sydney-specific outlook. So thanks for your interactions today. I hope you've found this informative when it comes to neoliberalism, because I think it is really hard to define, and it actually helps. So like you can call bullshit on someone who says something's neoliberal when you're like, you don't really understand what you're talking about. Like you don't know what liberalism is, neoliberalism is, do you? Or somebody just calls out some policy decision or some feature phenomenon that's happening. You could be like, yeah, that's because of this idea that helps reign over society at the moment. We live in this, like a neoliberal mindset. That's why this type of stuff is happening, and that's why people can kind of justify this type of behavior where we privatize stuff or sell off our resources and like increase the state's surveillance of our populations, or happy to allow the state to encroach on our rights and liberties, because this is what neoliberalism does. And like it can help explain the contradictions that we see before us. Thank you very much, Remag, Dilemmas, Ben, Squeeb, Town Mouse, Jungle Potatoes, Dr. Nathan. Who else we got here that I've missed? I think LARP Jeff was in the house earlier. Avalava was in the house earlier too. Thank you so much. 4AS, Jerry Poppins ducked in for a little bit. And it's just pretty much for Jag was in there too, yes. Who else we got here that I've missed? I think I said Jungle Potatoes. Like more willing to buy. I don't think neoliberalism's ability to break down the idea of society and the will of individual has made them more susceptible. Oh, do you think, there's my dyslexia again, do you think neoliberalism's ability to break down the idea of society and the will of the individual has made them more susceptible to totalitarianism? Like more willing to buy into those ideas? Yeah, I think it has. I think it really has. Because like when you have this idea of community and society, then you basically understand that like what your contribution is to the economy, let's say, if nothing else, but like your contribution to the economy is part of a greater whole. And so like you have an appreciation for your fellow person or someone else in your community, and you want to kind of uphold the relationships you have with other people in society, and like you don't want to see kind of state overreach, because like an attack on your neighbor is an attack on you, potentially an attack on your freedoms and your rights to exist outside and not be told what to do all of the time. Now if you just live in a society of atomized individuals and everybody's an individual and everyone's an entrepreneur, and nobody needs to have any type of solidarity because like you're an individual, and like you're a business person in your own right, and like whether you work for somebody else or not, like think of yourself as an entrepreneur, and like it's really up to you, and if you failed in the economy, that's your fault, like kind of thing. And like these individual notions atomize us, and so like totalitarianism feeds off, like if you look at some kind of the studies that people have done of totalitarian societies, like the Nazi Germany or Stalinist Russia, for example, what the totalitarians did really well was kind of break down communities. So you had all of these people that were kind of like were willing to like rat each other out almost, and we're like, oh, that person over there is like they're a commie, like in Nazi Germany, or like that person over there is talking bad about the party, like kind of thing, in Stalinist Russia, let's say, or that person bad mouths Stalin, go get him, like kind of thing. And so like everyone was ratting each other out because everyone was in competition with each other, like because they were worried about like the secret police coming to take them away. So like there was this competitive frenzy that was going on in totalitarian societies, like based on fear. But like here in like a neoliberal world, we have this kind of competitive frenzy because everyone's kind of competing with the Joneses, everyone's looking out for their own self-interest because they're all individuals anyway, and there's no real idea about society, and like there's everyone's in competition with one another because everyone's a fucking entrepreneur now, everyone's a business person, and like everyone's got to make it, and like the economy is getting harder and harder to live in anyway, and the cost of living is going up, so like everyone's competing against each other, and there's no sense of solidarity and protection in numbers, and like there's none of that kind of that herd mentality where everyone thinks, no, society could be better, we could have a higher standard here, we expect more from our governments, let's all put pressure on our governments to do the right thing. No, in that type of system where everyone's competing against each other, we actually start to believe more that the only protection that we really have against competing with other people is more state overreach. Actually, the state needs to do more to kind of make sure that, you know, these people don't like take stuff off me, like my hard-earned stuff. You know, let's get the state to crack down on those fucking illegal immigrants. They're making life hard for me. It's not the economy that sucks that's making your life hard. No, it's all those fucking illegals over there, or it's all those dole bludgers over there. Like, let's go after all those welfare recipients. They're making my life fucking hard. It's all these, you know, all these people putting pressure on the housing market that are, you know, coming in and making bank off the system and rotting the system. Let's get the government to crack down on them. We need to crack down on more people, and then I will be able to exist in this competitive world, and like my position will get better and better, and my life will become easier and easier. And so they're actually willing to, like, paradoxically, take on a little bit more state oversight because they want somebody to regulate the issues because they can't deal with their neighbors anymore. There's no solidarity. They're like, everyone else is the enemy kind of thing. And so, like, it's different to the totalitarianism that happened in, like, you know, the 20th century under those overt totalitarian societies. But it's still a level of fear that needs to be regulated by somebody else, because I'm out for numero uno and everybody else is a threat. And so I think the totalitarianism that people will accept is the stuff that, like, okay, fine, you know, there's terrorists out there, there's trans-tiefers out there, it's coming to get us, you know, there's undocumenteds out in the street that are taking our jobs and degrading our economy, and you know, raping our women, and forming gangs and killing people, and now killing our kids on the street and selling drugs to our kids on the street. We need more surveillance, one, so that you can surveil us. We need more law enforcement on the streets, so take our rights away, our rights to exist, you know, in public spaces and all that sort of stuff, our right to protest. And, like, slowly we will give up our rights because we have no value in collective, the rights that are inherent with, that come with a collective, that are hard, you know, that are hard anyway. It's hard to have, like, you know, rights and uphold them and not encroach on other people's rights. These are all difficult things of living in society. But I think that sort of individual and atomized existence actually makes people kind of move towards totalitarianism, because without them, people being able to relate to each other and form coalitions and organizations and community groups and like, you know, any form of solidarity with other people to get things done themselves, they turn to the government to fill in the gaps where they feel threatened. And they're like, you know, sometimes it's completely manufactured. There's no real threat, or, you know, what I'm describing really is most of the time there is actually no threat. But they feel there's a threat, and because they don't have a community they can turn to for solace and to give them empowerment anymore, they just turn to the state. And the state, well, we know where the state is going. We've watched, you know, we've watched what the state does. The state's actually becoming more deep state-like, less transparent. There's intelligence and security agencies all over the place that pull strings in the background, and they work with impunity and a little oversight, and like that moves towards totalitarianism. If you have no public oversight over what the state is really doing, because they're beyond any public control, then we're already at totalitarianism, really. It's just whether we get higher degrees of totalitarianism coming forward, unfortunately. Anyway, we are going to have a quick break, and then we'll be back with some afters. We'd like to know your thoughts on totalitarianism as well, Jag. So please provide me with your thought. I am going to 3:30 today. Are you doing a stream? I wasn't sure if you were just doing Friday to finish off the week. So let me know, Indoctrinathan, if you're doing a stream. But yes, I'm pretty sure I'm going to go till 3:30 today. So if you are, can you actually tell me so I know? And I will make sure we raid your ass after we're finished up here with the afters. All right. If you're sticking around, don't go anywhere. And we will be back with some afters very soon. All right, we are back. All right, let me have a look here. How do they know straight away? I'm gonna sort that. Is this the full thing? I want the full thing. General election debate for mayor. Here it is. Has anyone actually watched this? Anyone? What's on for the afters? Like, I actually was thinking of getting an understanding. I don't know why my camera is so fucked. It's really annoying. I've actually been able to skip this issue for a while. But I might have to change my camera up. Give me a sec. I'm gonna have to go old school. This camera seems to be much better, I guess. It's not laggy. So we're just gonna go with this for the rest of the day. For the rest of the afters. Yeah, I actually want to have a look at this. This is the full debate of, because everyone talks about Zohran Memdani, sorry. And like, I want to cut through the bullshit because I've seen a lot of cuts of like this debate, I guess you would say. I've seen a lot of cuts of it, but like we've known with a lot of stuff on this stream, like you can get the media cuts like little bites out of things and you're like, oh wow, is that what happened? But it's like completely out of context, like what happened with Kevin Rudd. Like it looked completely savage, but in like the larger context of how that meeting went down, it didn't look as savage when you saw it in its context. So like I would like to know, is this mayoral debate that's coming up in New York City is going to be talked about a lot? Like, oh my God, it's going to be talked about a lot. Sorry, this mayoral race, sorry, is going to be talked about a lot. So I wanted to go and have a look at this and spend a little bit of time watching it. I don't know if we can get through the whole thing, but that's what I was thinking about for the afters. Yeah, I'm going to be finishing early today, and the better half has class this over, so I'm going to go up. Just heading home now. Just wanted to know if I have 10 minutes to get ready or half an hour. Or you have time. I'm going to do 3:30, so I'll come and raid you around 3:30 if you're interested. So I thought maybe we just watch this in the background while everyone talks about how crazy house prices are in Sydney. Then, like, you know, we can all take a moment to feel for the people of New York. And see how much of this discussion was fought over house pricing issues and stuff. Unless you've already seen it, like kind of thing. But yeah, I wanted to get across this myself, so I'm going to spend some time watching this. So if you want me to talk in the chat, then let me know. You know, just put in a comment or something. But I'm going to spend some time watching this.
Good evening. Welcome to the final general election debate in the race for mayor of New York City. I'm Errol Lewis, political anchor here at Spectrum News New York 1, and we're coming to you live from the LaGuardia Performing Arts Center at LaGuardia Community College in Queens. Over the next 90 minutes, you're going to hear from the leading mayoral candidates about the biggest issues in New York, including the cost of living, the education crisis, and public safety. I'm joined tonight by Katie Honan of the news
Did
organization.
they ask that in the mayoral debate? Also, do you condemn Hassan? Did they actually ask that? That's crazy. Hey, there's like context. Let's see what the context is.
City, and Brian Lehrer of WNYC Radio and Gothamist.
Tonight's debate is brought to you by the New York City
Boo, shut up.
program.
Give us the
Gothamist. Here's the
boo.
college y1.com.
Why didn't we have this for Clover Moore? Look, if anyone actually knows if there's a real like debate for our Sydney Lord Mayor, like let me know. I'll fucking watch that for sure.
It is also
The candidates joining us tonight have seat is in alphabetical order. Andrew Cuomo is a former governor of New York running on an independent line.
Yeah,
Zohran
why?
Mamdani is the
Really?
Democratic
Because he
nominee,
got pushed out.
representing parts of Queens in the state assembly since 2021.
Yeah,
And Curtis Sliwa is the Republican nominee and the founder of the Guardian Angels.
Now for the rules. The rules you see on your screen right now have been agreed to by all of the candidates. Each candidate will deliver an opening statement of up to 45 seconds, and then answers to our questions will generally be limited to 60 seconds with a chance for rebuttals. Candidates will have an opportunity to ask one opponent one question in our cross-examination round. So let's begin. This will be the last time all three candidates will be together on stage. The next mayor will be sworn into office 71 days from now on January 1st, 2026. He will inherit a city with an affordability crisis, a tense relationship with the federal government, and millions of New Yorkers who very likely did not support him. Let's begin our debate with your opening.
Wait, Cuomo is gonna make you go. Well, go to sleep. Pad's desk with pillow.
Statements to viewers. You have 45 seconds. The order was determined by a random drawing on live television this morning, and we'll begin with Curtis Sliwa. Good evening.
Thank you. It's us versus them. It's us versus the insiders and the billionaires. It's us versus Cuomo. It's us versus Zohran. This is a campaign not about power. This is a campaign about you, the people. And I know many of you hardworking New Yorkers, you tell me you've been pushed aside, you've been silenced. These are the people that have all the money, all the connections. They made their backroom deals, but we have something more important. We have you, the people, and we're not going to be silenced anymore. We're going to fight. Tonight, I want you to look at the content of my policies, to know that I've served this city for more than 50 years, the city that I love, and I'm going to share with you my vision to make New York City safer again, to make New York City more affordable again, and where everybody once again can live the American dream.
Thank you. Next is Andrew Cuomo. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. New York's first, thank you to the moderators. Thank you all for being here. And go Knicks, go Knicks, go Knicks. I hope we get an update on the score. New York is the greatest city on the globe. But we are at a pivotal moment. And the voters are going to have to decide in this election what candidate has the plan to save the city and what candidate can get it done, not just talk about it. My main opponent has no new ideas. He has no new plan. It's Bill de Blasio rehash, and we know how that turned out. He's never run anything, managed anything. He's never had a real job. I will hire 5,000 new police, build 500,000 new units. I will cut taxes. I will grow jobs. And I will end this hate-mongering and division that is tearing this city apart, because that's not who we are as New Yorkers. You know I can make change. You know I can make government work. I've done it before. I'll be ready on day one.
Okay, thank you. Next is Zohran Mamdani. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you to the moderators, and thank you to New Yorkers for tuning in. I
know I've got it at 1.25, but they do speak succinctly, don't they? When they're given a 45-second time limit. Cuomo sexual. Oh my god. NY1 channel needs more content. Maybe relink The Office? Jack, I think you summarized your response to my question well. I think the difference with today, people have been reduced to think they lack value, to think that they lack value less overtly. They are being manipulated by big tech social media channels where the barriers of reality are not as easily interpretable, and their desire to watch on something, to latch onto something, to make their makes them more prone to totalitarian figures. Yeah, whether they know it or not. Yeah, whether or not, but that's the thing. Like, it's not just like totalitarian figures. Like, I think the totalitarian figure is really important, right? It's really important, and like you could just say, populist, and like it's just like a populist that moves towards like fascist tendencies or illiberalism, as Viktor Orbán would call it. But like it's the structure is there, the material structure is there for totalitarianism to take hold. So like these totalitarian figures rise, but like it was all there already, because people, like as we were talking about, like people are, it's like a dog eat dog world for them. There's none of it, like that classic neoliberal, there is no society, or whatever Thatcher said. There's no such thing as society anymore. Like, people are ready to be controlled in a totalitarian fashion, where it's just them and what the state says, kind of thing. And as long as they're, free to exist in the economy as much as they think, it's just, and like the state takes care of all the nasty, ugly stuff. And so they can have a nice, cushy, protected, comfortable existence. It might not be the fascism of the 20th century, with like, secret police forces and gulags. It might be like, Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, where everyone's just happy to hand over their rights and their liberties and live in a little echo chamber somewhere in their houses, satiated by drugs, prescription medication, and living off a government stipend or a UBI. And they just sit, and that'll be our totalitarian future. We're all disconnected from each other and being surveilled all the time for our data. And that's the only value that we produce for society anymore, is our behavioral, our habits, and which allow us to be behaviorally modified into being more and more compliant. It's like, it's totalitarianism on steroids in a surveillance capitalist world. Do you reckon? Are you gonna make me watch this trash? Yes, I am. He's spending more time fighting. He's spending more fighting than I was ever going to tax him. He's spending more fighting me than I was ever going to tax him. Zoran Memdani. Where do you sit with this then, Dilemmas? You're quoting the Zoran? Zionist Zoran? Have fun all disappearing. Will reappear when the wind changes. Thanks, Squid. See you later. I think social media has even made people question what an individual is. Everything is so manufactured, so no one really knows what is real or not. Yeah. And in the AI world now, like, unless you have a tag on a piece of content that says, like, this was AI manufactured, there's going to be a lot of people out there just thinking like there's this whole world outside that doesn't really exist, but like they believe it to exist, kind of thing.
You'd rather be watching the Knicks. While there are, thank you to the moderators, and thank you to New Yorkers for tuning in. I know you'd rather be watching the Knicks. While there are 3 candidates on the stage, you will hear only 2 messages. My opponents, who spend more time trying to convince the other to drop out than actually proposing their own policies, will speak only of the past, because that's all that they know. I am the sole...
Instrumentarianism. There it is. There it is. Totalitarianism has transformed into instrumentarianism. Yeah. The Internet of Things. And its control over us. Shoshana.
Candidate running with a vision for the future of this city. Andrew Cuomo will spend much of tonight attacking me. He is a desperate man, lashing out because he knows that the one thing he's always cared about, power, is now slipping away from him. He will amplify right-wing talking points, he will share conspiracy theories, and he will do these things to make you feel that this should keep you up at night. But I've been spending the last year listening to New Yorkers, and I know what actually keeps you up. It's whether or not you can afford to live a safe and dignified life in this city. I have plans for our future. My opponents only have fear.
Thank you very much, candidates. Let's start tonight with some breaking news that happened yesterday afternoon when federal agents descended on Canal Street, arresting street vendors who have been selling counterfeit designer merchandise for as long as any of us can remember. This is the first time we've seen major federal law enforcement activity in the city, outside of arrests at Immigration Court in Lower Manhattan. And some critics are now ringing an alarm bell, calling it a dangerous and unprecedented use of federal agents in New York City. Others say that the vendors were a major quality of life problem in the neighborhood that the NYPD had ignored. So the candidate, I'll ask each of you to respond to this. How should the mayor and the NYPD have handled both the presence of the street vendors and then the federal action? We'll start with you, Mr. Cuomo.
I've had a lot of dealings with President Trump. And there's only one way to deal with him. He puts his finger in your chest, and you have to put your finger right back in his chest. I've actually had this situation with ICE interfering in New York before. It was upstate New York where ICE just showed up and started to take action. And I called the president and I went down to the White House and I said, that doesn't work in New York. You don't send ICE in without coordinating with our police. It's not smart, it's duplicative, and it's dangerous. We don't need ICE to do quality of life crimes. We don't need them to worry about illegal vendors. That's a basic policing function for NYPD, Consumer Affairs, etc. I would have called the president and I would have said, look, you're way out of bounds, they're way out of bounds, call them back or I'm going to have the NYPD step in and stop them because this is not their jurisdiction. You're in the city of New York.
Okay, Mr. Mamdani.
ICE is a reckless entity that cares little for the law and even less for the people that they're supposed to serve. What we need to be doing here in our city is to end the chapter of collaboration between City Hall and the federal government, which we've seen under Mayor Adams. What we need to do...
I know, right? That was an interesting expression he used. That was so good. Put your finger right between his titties. Put his finger in my chest and I'll put my finger back in his. An interesting expression. I was like, oh, all right. You and Trump, you get together and start fingering each other, do you? Hey, is that how it goes, Cuomo? Yeah, dog. Hey, what are you up to on the weekends?
Is actually pass the street vending reform bills that have been in the city council, some of which that this mayor has actually overridden. That's an example of how we can both protect street vendors, ensure quality of life, and leave no stone unturned in delivering for the people of the city, as opposed to working with a president who is looking to declare war on those same people.
Mr. Sliwa.
Unlike both of my adversaries, I've patrolled that area many times, Church and Canal. And as you said, Errol, that activity has been going on for a long time. Selling the knockoff, sometimes stolen contraband by a series of people. The local 5th Precinct, they make arrests when they have, obviously, cause to do so. And they complain that they have to release them because of no cash bail, of which both of my adversaries are in favor of and I'm not. The feds should not have stepped into this situation. There is not communication between the local authorities and the feds. This is a matter that should have been left up to the NYPD. But we can't tolerate citizens attacking our federal law enforcement forces in the street because then that will just lead to anarchy.
Let me ask a related...
Have you seen the footage of what happened, like, recently when those people rocked up? Yeah, and, like, took those, I don't know, what are they called? What are they calling them? Street vendors or something like that? And, like, there was, like, a flash mob and, like, all these people just started coming around and, like, going after these people. It's pretty interesting stuff. People are not happy, eh? They're not happy, and they're talking about it fresh. Trump said Silva has too many cats to be mayor. That's hilarious. What is his political lining anyway? What is he? Silva, like who? Sliwa, sorry. What is he? Yeah, I saw it, and public don't like it. Like they don't like the vendors, or they don't like people just coming in and taking people off the street. You mean? Well, I can't help but think that Nick Shirley has something to do with it. He recently put out videos of him like having a confrontation with those street vendors, and then all of a sudden ICE rocks up and starts throwing them in like ICE vans and taking them away. A Republican is using what verges on violent rhetoric. And in fact, it's easy to know the Republican by their words alone. Like everything is a war and all others are the enemy. Sliwa was an old guardian angels leader, and that's it. So because he ran that like charity, like to help clean up crime or something like that in New York, he's running on a policy of him just being like kind of a good guy. I'm just an upstanding citizen. That's crazy. I thought he has no political alignment. That's interesting. That's very interesting.
Question. President Trump has been commenting on this race and all of you on a regular basis. He's been less than glowing when talking about each of you, especially you, Mr. Mamdani. I'd like you each to describe whatever combination of defiance, diplomacy, and cooperation you will use as mayor if President Trump continues to increase the federal government's role in the affairs of our city while also threatening to decrease funding. Start with you this time, Mr. Sliwa.
Both my adversaries have decided to bump chests with President Trump to prove who's more macho. You can't beat Trump. He holds most of the cards. He's already cut federal funding for Medicaid, for the SNAP program, and is threatening to cut funds for NYCHA. So if you're all of a sudden going to get adversarial...
No cash bail is just letting poor people do what rich people already do. It's wild. That's the best comment. I think that's comment of the day. Kai coming in there with some fire. They're pretty much right. They're the rich kind of just get off, and they're just like, you'll come back to the court, right? Yeah, of course I will. Yeah. So they just let poor people what the rich do already, like manipulate the court system to their advantage. No, he is the Republican nominee, but calls himself a populist. Ah, okay. So he is aligned. Okay, I was like, whoa, what's going on here? He's just a community organizer. Amazing.
You're going to lose. And who gets hurt? The people of New York City. With Trump, it's always the art of the deal. You have to go, you have to try to negotiate, whether it's with his minions or himself. He'll want you to give in order to get a little bit. But if you immediately act like you're going to take him on, like, it's going to be a one-on-one fight, we're going to lose. All the people in New York City are going to lose. You have to be able to show respect. And I think if you show respect, you'll get respect, and you'll protect the New Yorkers who are so desperately in need of federal funds. What's the good of it? They'll bump chests with Donald Trump. They won't get the money, and then they'll blame Donald Trump. I will negotiate with Donald Trump and try to get the best deal possible for our poor and indigent citizens.
Okay, Mr. Cuomo.
Yeah, the difference on this question is
This is the first time I've heard anyone clap. Eh? He's taking it. Eh? There we go.
Actually lived it, and I've done it with President Trump over many years through the most difficult situation that this country has gone through, COVID plus. You're wrong. You're going to have to confront President Trump. He is hyper-aggressive, and he is going to overstep his bounds. And you are going to have to confront him, and you can beat him. I confronted him, and I have beaten him. He was going to quarantine New York during COVID, and I stopped him. He was going to cut aid to federal programs, and I stopped him. But you also want to be in a place where you can cooperate on good things, because we need federal help if we're going to save our city and rebuild our city. President Trump has to respect you. He sent the National Guard into 20 cities. City he didn't send it into? New York. Because I talked to him and I said, we don't need you here. He has said he'll take over New York if Mondami wins, and he will, because he has no respect for him. He thinks he's a kid and he's going to knock him on his tuchus. So it is a balance, but you're going to have to be adversarial when you need to, but you want to cooperate to get good things done in this city, and you need federal help.
Mondami.
You fucking better, bro. I'm gonna put myself on the ballot. I'm gonna write in my vote, Mr. E for mayor. That's so good. I just need to get my ass over to New York as fast as possible, and I need somewhere to stay.
We first just heard from the Republican candidate for mayor, and then we heard from Donald Trump's puppet himself, Andrew Cuomo. You could turn on TV any day of the week, and you will hear Donald Trump share that his pick for mayor is Andrew Cuomo. And he wants Andrew Cuomo to be the mayor, not because it will be good for New Yorkers, but because it will be good for him. Look, Donald Trump ran on 3 promises. He ran on creating the single largest deportation force in American history, he ran on going after his political enemies, and he ran on lowering the cost of living. If he wants to talk to me about the 3rd piece of that agenda, I will always be ready and willing. But if he wants to talk about how to pursue the 1st and 2nd piece of that agenda at the expense of New Yorkers, I will fight him every single step of the way.
Okay.
I got plenty of space, bro. All right. Fuck yeah. There it is. Just so I can become mayor. That's solidarity, eh? Hey, watch out, totalitarians. Hey, you ain't got nothing yet.
That's not what Donald Trump said. Donald Trump does an analysis of the race. Donald Trump, I believe, wants Mondami. That is his dream, because he will use him politically all across the country, and he will take over New York City. Make no mistake. It will be President Trump and Mayor Trump, and he will come in and take over the city. I have no doubt. All he said was, his analysis is after the polls, it's a tough choice between a Democrat and a communist. And he considers Mondami a communist. He happens to be a socialist. But between a communist and a Democrat, it's a tough choice for him.
Okay. All right. Thank you, candidates. Brian wants to talk to you about some important issues on the minds of New Yorkers.
Hi, candidates. Thank you for coming tonight. Yeah, and the cost of living is our next topic. You've all cited it as a major factor, and of course, so many New Yorkers are experiencing this, especially when it comes to rising housing costs. And many New Yorkers were shocked this week as a new report from the group Advocates for Children revealed that about 154,000 New York City public school students have been...
I know. He's just standing there smiling. Like, why don't they look at each other? Like, he's just like, like kind of thing. Like, what? Like, he's right there. Just look at him. I wonder if they're told and they coach to do these kind of things. Like, don't look at your opponent, just smile. Remember, stay on script. Stay on script. What is it? J Street? Stay on script.
been homeless at some point during the last year. 65,000 lived in homeless shelters. Even more were in doubled up situations with no home of their own. It's never been over 150,000 before, they tell us. And it amounts to 1 in 7 New York City kids. As mayor, how would each of you tackle this problem to help this vulnerable population? And in this round, we're going to go Mr. Mamdani, Mr. Cuomo, Mr. Sliwa. So Mr. Mamdani, you go first.
This is a stain on our city. To see this many children in our public school system be homeless, and to know that this is the 9th consecutive year that it's more than 100,000 of those children. What we need to do is ensure that next year...
Is this legitimate? Like they in the land of the free, the land of the plenty, in like this is the center of world capitalism, and like the beating heart of it is like Wall Street, New York City. Is he like legitimately saying there are 100,000 children that rock up to school and they're homeless kids, and they're rocking up to school and they're homeless? It's fucking mental. My God. It's wild that the argument against Mamdani is that Trump will overstep democratic boundaries to eliminate him from his position of power. Blows my mind. They're basically telling them, that was a mental line of argumentation. He was like, look, you can vote for this smiley dude over here if you want, but if you vote for him, that's giving Trump the excuse that he wants to come in and take over the city. Like, that's not a bad, like, if you want to instill fear into the voting base, like, that's not a bad line of argumentation. It's just like, well, I do like his smile, but if he comes in, Trump is going to completely crack down on us just because he is Zionist Zoran. Like, you know, I guess you're going to have to weigh it up there. Do we really want Trump to come in and take over? It's an interesting and very telling line of argumentation, that's for sure.
Is not the same. And we are going to do that by building the housing necessary such that New Yorkers are not priced out of the city or forced to live in shelters. And that's why my campaign is going to deliver 200,000 new affordable homes across the 5 boroughs, all while freezing the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants. Now, in the public school system, we also have a program called Every Child and Family is Known. It links a child who is living in a homeless shelter with an employee of the public school system. It also links that employee with the child's family. It's been shown to increase attendance records, self-esteem, a level of belonging in that school system. I am going to increase that pilot program to more than 200 schools, and we're going to do it because we have to deliver for these children.
Mr. Cuomo.
Yeah. Zoran is a great actor. He missed his calling. Freeze the rent sounds great.
Savage, bro.
Yeah, it affects about 25% of the number of housing units in the city of New York. It's not a new idea. Bill de Blasio did it. It turned out to be a debacle. And it does nothing for 75% of the units. And for the 25, it just postpones the increase and actually causes us to lose units because landlords took them off the market.
I'll jump in and ask you to address the homeless children question, and we will get to rent freeze.
Yeah, well, the answer to homeless children is you need more affordable housing. And I'm saying freeze the rent was done under de Blasio. It doesn't work. It's a canard and just a great 3-word slogan for TikTok. The way to increase availability of affordable housing is to build affordable housing. I was the HUD secretary. I did it all across the country. We have 1% vacancy rate. We're not building enough affordable housing, and you need a competent, productive government to do that. And that's what I've done across the country, across the state. Make government work. You get the supply up, the rents will come down.
Thank you, Mr. Sliwa.
I guess it works because people refuse to use complex thinking. If Trump is willing to remove Mamdani simply because of his political viewpoint, that makes them think, what makes them think he wouldn't do the same? Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah. Yeah, and it's what a scary world as well. Like, so much for democracy, right? Like, people vote him in, and he's going to like physically go in and intimidate an entire city and rain hell upon them in retribution.
Okay, Mr. Mamdani, you were named, so you get 30 seconds.
We are in the 9th consecutive year of more than 100,000 children in the New York City public school system being homeless. That means it began when Andrew Cuomo was the governor. And what did he do? What did he do about it? He did not do anything. He spent more money on a singing water fountain at LaGuardia Airport than he did on the average cost of an affordable housing unit. That is the record that we have in display, and what we need is a change in the city, not more of the same.
Yeah, but if I may, the homeless issue, number of homeless since I left, has more than doubled during his administration and the state's administration. Since I left, homeless rate has more than doubled. When I left, the vacancy rate on housing was 4.5%. It's now 1%. This man never even proposed a bill on housing or education. Never even proposed a bill.
Let's keep going back and forth between the two of you. Mr. Sliwa, it's your turn.
Andrew, you didn't leave. You fled from being impeached by the Democrats in the state legislature. Leave. You fled.
That's
But
savage.
let's get back on top.
This is because he's gotten in trouble for like sexual harassment, right? And like they wanted him gone, and so he fucked off. That's the thing, isn't it? Hey, you grub. What a fucking grub. The rest of the political candidates, the issue with Trump is he will point to any leftist policy and assume it's communist, eh? As evil communists. I've learned with my grandparents personally, you might as well push for the best leftist policies possible, as they will view the slightest shift left as communism. Yeah, you might as well push hard and take it if you're going to get called a communist for it anyway.
Because I'm the only candidate up here who's been into many of the over 300 Department of Homeless Services shelters, and the family shelters are unsafe for the families there. We have to make them safer. We have to bring teachers into the shelter. Many times, the mothers or the guardian have to get on bus after bus and take them to a school that's 2 or 2.5 hours away. This is a horror situation that's taking place, and we have to prioritize this because this number of homeless children is going to grow. It takes 5 years to build affordable housing. We need to address it in the shelters itself to be able to handle it so that the teachers can come in, whether they're public school teachers, charter school teachers, and I know there are a number of parochial school teachers who love children who would volunteer their efforts to do that.
We're going to give it to Katie Honan now to ask about another aspect of affordable housing.
We're going to switch to the millions of New Yorkers who are renters, specifically those in rent-regulated apartments. There are more than 1 million New Yorkers.
The funny thing is the libs were eating his shit up during the pandemic when he was giving his daily press conferences. Isn't that interesting, eh? Hey, it's a big phenomenon that I have stayed away from, but I'll talk about it in the afters. And yeah, libs, liberal types, yeah, just ate up any information from an authoritative source during, like, there was obviously offering some type of insight, not just being adversarial, but like offering insight. They ate up any information they could during the pandemic. It was interesting to see what people's psyches are like when they're like in fear mode, like when they like, you know, they think that there's some like deadly situation just around the corner, and like what they will actually put up with and what they will promote, thanks to a bit of fear. It's crazy. It's really crazy. Give me 1 second. Sorry.
Living in these units, most of them rent stabilized. Mr. Mamdani, you've proposed a rent freeze for these tenants. Mr. Cuomo, you don't support that, and you've proposed a new means test for having a rent stabilized apartment. Mr. Mamdani, our question, how can you know in advance what the balance between landlord needs and tenant needs will be in future years? We've seen a lot of inflation in recent years. Haven't small landlords felt that pinch as well? And then we have other questions for the other candidates.
You know, we've seen time and again mayors use their power with the Rent Guidelines Board to hike the rent on those same more than 2 million New Yorkers. This same Rent Guidelines Board did a study that found that landlords of those units had seen their profits increase by more than 12%. Their response, hike the rent on rent-stabilized tenants who have a median household income of $60,000. I believe that tenants across our city deserve relief, and I also believe that city government can work to alleviate the pressures for landlords of those units without having to put that burden on those same tenants. It's possible to keep New Yorkers in this city and to help landlords with rising insurance costs, water bills, Con Edison, and a broken property tax system.
Thank you. Mr. Sliwa, what's your proposal for helping New Yorkers with the historically high rent burdens in either stabilized or market rate units?
Well, the first thing, we have 6,000 empty apartments in NYCHA. That is a sin. That's what the mayor can control right away. We need to move those families with children in. For those who live in rent-stabilized apartments and have their rent subsidized, Zoran Mandami, we need to make sure that the big realtors that they have to pay a vacancy tax because they're holding off on those apartments. They're not putting them out into the marketplace because they want to flip the building. Not for the mid-sized landlords or the small landlords. They need the help. And there are a number of people in the outer boroughs. They own a home. They live on the property. They're not absentee landlords. 2, 3, 4 apartments. And they're deciding not to put them in the marketplace when somebody either leaves or dies because they have to deal with tenant-landlord court, which is an absolute nightmare for small landlords. We got to make sure it's a fair playing field so that the tenants are protected, but the landlords are protected.
See, I don't know what the system is like in New York, but like, you know, I do not feel for anyone who has fucking 4, 5, 6 properties and they can't be fucked renting it out because it's too much of a hassle. Fuck you. Fuck you. If you have 6 properties and you can't be fucked renting them out because it's, oh man, it's just too much of a problem, isn't it? Like dealing with people and like tribunals. Like, fuck you. Give up your property. It's not working. You're not producing any value for society. You're just a leech, and then you can't even be fucked extracting value off people. You're just hoarding value. That is awful. Those are the people that should lose their properties altogether.
So they're not stuck with squatters for 4, 5, or 6 years, which destroys their equity and forces them to leave.
Thank you. Mr. Cuomo, you signed a law in 2019 repealing it.
They are vicious. And like, imagine that. Imagine having so many properties under your belt that you could be like, look, you know, it's not even worth me renting it out. I'm just going to hold on to it. And maybe my kids will inherit it one day. I'll just wait for the property prices to rise and I'll just like make a killing off that. Like, I'm not even going to, like, people are struggling to get houses and I'm just going to hold on to it because I can't be fucked. I can't be bothered renting it out. That's fucked, man.
Test to live in a rent-stabilized apartment. What's your position now and what changed in that?
The 2019 law was added tenant protections that had never been added before, and protections against tenant evictions. But to answer your question, you cannot, Zoran said, the tenant doesn't have to pay more rent, but we're going to cover the landlord's costs. No, you can't do both, and that's not what happened. We did freeze the rent with de Blasio.
Yeah, and imagine if you had like 5 or 6 properties. Only anything in New York means you are a millionaire. LOL. Yeah. Imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine that.
We lost units because the landlords took them off the market because you weren't covering their costs. The reason the Rent Guidelines Board went up after the freeze was because you had to make up for all the backlog of costs. And this, I'm going to freeze the rent. And people think it applies to all of them. No, just the 25% of units that are rent stabilized. And by the way, it's all BS because the mayor doesn't have the power to do it anyway. The Rent Guidelines Board does, and he doesn't control the Rent Guidelines Board. So nothing is going to happen. It's all this. It's just more political blather.
Mr. Mamdani, you want to vote? You can respond.
You know, if you want a candidate for mayor who tells you everything that he cannot do, then Andrew Cuomo should be your choice. If you want a candidate for mayor who will use every tool at their disposal, including the 9 appointees at the Rent Guidelines Board, all of whom are appointed by the mayor, then I am the candidate for you.
We have to go to Errol, sir. I'm sorry, you weren't named, so I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We're going to go to Errol, talk about development.
My name was invoked. Can I get the rebuttal? Quickly. Okay, quickly. The mayor doesn't appoint the Rent Guidelines Board. He's wrong. They are appointed to a term, and they're on holdovers. And when the term is over, you can appoint. But it takes a number of years to get control.
Okay, understood. Candidates, right now we are just blocks away from the site of the Long Island City rezoning plan, which has been under consideration for a decade at this point, and in its latest version would create 15,000 new apartments. That plan, like the recently passed City of Yes 5-borough rezoning, reflects a reality that hundreds of thousands of units, as many as 1 million new units, will be needed in New York City over the next 10 years. What is your plan to get new units built quickly? And the order of this will be Mr. Cuomo, then Mr. Sliwa, then Mr. Mamdani.
Yeah, Sliwa said before it takes 5 years to build affordable housing. No, it doesn't. No, it shouldn't. That's an incompetent government. You can actually get competent government and well-managed government. I built LaGuardia Airport, even though he doesn't like it, in 4 years, okay? So don't tell me it takes 5 years to build a housing unit. You have to redo HPD. You have to change the entire organizational structure. You have the zoning, but you have to start hundreds, if not thousands, of sites simultaneously. Private sector the developers, partner with not-for-profits, partner with CDCs, use city-owned sites, use air rights, make a deal with the unions. But this has to be the #1 priority. The way I did 2nd Avenue Subway or the Mario Cuomo Bridge or the Kosciuszko Bridge, this project is thousands of housing developments being accelerated, expedited, facilitated at one time. And we need 500,000 units. That's the way you're going to make New York City affordable and still allow the talent to come here.
Okay.
This is a fallacy that increasing supply actually brings down the cost of housing. Just remember that when anyone ever talks to you about this happens in Australia. I'm sure the phenomenon is the same in a place as dense as New York. And it is a fallacy to think that increasing supply will bring down the cost of housing. What happens is the developers that understand that the market is already at reachable levels will not sell these 15,000 new apartments, these 500,000 new apartments at a level that is affordable. They will make bank on having 500,000 new apartments in stock that people are willing to pay top dollar for. And it's usually people that can afford it or people that own a lot of property already. They will just pay whatever it costs to increase their supply of housing stock in their portfolios. And the developers that make it, they don't just reduce the cost because they're like, oh yeah, let's provide affordable housing. That's not how it works. Supply actually just compounds it, makes it worse. Supply is not the answer. The answer is, now they might have a different definition, but like remember this as well in the Australian context, social housing is not good enough. Social housing is a private developer providing housing on some type of government policy, and they get bonuses for providing social housing, and they're not held into social housing for life. There might be only a 5-year, 10-year period where they have to keep it as social housing, and then they release it onto the market. The only way to fix the housing crisis that is plaguing society across the capitalist world is with public housing. If you turn to the market to fix a problem that was created by the market, it's insane. It's insane. The only way you can challenge the cost, like the housing crisis, is by taking housing, or a portion of it anyway, off the market. And it creates market conditions that makes the market work more honestly, as opposed to, like, what will happen is they'll build those units and all of them will be at market price, and market price is already unmanageable. Look at them, just bring it down.
I'm the only candidate here on the stage who is opposed to the...
Remember that time Cuomo stuffed old people into retirement homes during the vid and killed 10,000. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Damn, that was brutal. Yeah, I've heard about that.
The city of yes. Both my adversaries are for it. Make sure on election day when you turn over your ballot and you have the initiatives, you vote no. And you know how oftentimes I've been accused, how are you going to work with the Democratic-controlled city council? I, Adrian Adams, and the predominant Democrats, including many of them very liberal and progressive, believe no to yes. I have a simple plan. It takes a year. We have 25 Empire State buildings that would be empty and just have office space that'll never be used because business doesn't operate the way it used to. Retrofit them to affordable apartments. Most are in Manhattan. The infrastructure is there. You set up a partnership with developers. It'll put men and women to work, and you'll get your affordable apartments a lot quicker and not be a burden to the outer boroughs and the residential communities because you're in the back pockets, Andrew, of the developers who wine-dined and pocket-lined you.
Let me ask you a follow-up on that, Mr. Sliwa. Do you think each elected city council member should have basically veto power over whether or not housing gets built in their district?
Absolutely. Local control. Community boards should have their say. What happened to zoning? We throw it out. Eric Adams, this city of yes is on steroids, and he went wild taking care of his developer friends as he knew he would be one and done. I told you he was corrupt. I told you there would be chaos, and I warned you in 2021. You should have elected me mayor then.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani.
We need to build more housing all across New York City. Today, New York City builds about 4 houses.
In my studies, I've found that housing supply issue generally occurs from distribution. Interesting. As in, like, when you say distribution, because housing is hard to distribute, right? You mean like it's being concentrated in certain areas, if that's what you mean. And so, like, it's being concentrated in the wrong areas, and there's like areas where it's required. And like, if you just keep concentrating housing in areas where it's unnecessary or if it's only profitable, then it solves nothing. You have to remove the profit incentive if you want affordable housing. Yeah, pretty much. Can't turn to the market to fix a market problem.
For 1,000 people, Jersey City's at 7, Tokyo is at about 10. We need to do this by streamlining the processes of private sector construction across the city, by ensuring we're building more around hubs of mass transit.
That's a... we need to streamline streamline the process for private construction. No, you don't streamline and give developers a license to do whatever they want, and cut back on the red tape. You just take it out of their hands. Do public projects. Why is people so scared of public projects for? I don't understand it.
And
I like your ideas, brother. I very much agree. The profit incentive is what drives people to even build in the first place. Yes, 100%. But like, not public housing. So like, you know what the profit incentive is really good for though, Dilemmas? If they had to compete with the public sector, like in the health sector, we have Medicare. And why did we have private health insurance at a certain standard? Because they have to compete with Medicare. Why do we have like private schools, I guess, that everyone wants to send their kids to? Because there's a public school system there that sets the baseline standard. So if you want profit incentive housing that actually provides for things properly in the market, then put in public housing to a great an extent, and the market will have to compete and provide better quality. And there's your profit incentive working really well, because the only way they're going to make profit and get people out of public housing is to really make good products. But like, it's just outrageous how the property developers just get everything. Like, this guy has just said, Zoran Mardali has just said, just streamline processes for developers. No, developers have got us here. They have led us to this problem in the first place. No, you do not give them free rein. You make them fucking compete with someone real, as opposed to them all their friends just getting together in their little cabals, and deciding what type of products they're going to deliver and how they're going to monopolize and capitalize on the market. Developers, again, don't turn to the market to fix an issue caused by the market. It's just not the answer anymore. We tried it for long enough.
Also need to ensure that the public sector is building truly affordable housing. And what I mean by truly affordable is housing that is built with the median household income in mind, which is $70,000 for a family of 4. And that's why my administration will do exactly that, scaling up programs we already had in HPD, like senior affordable rental apartments, SARA, like ELA, extremely low-level affordability. These are the kinds of programs that will deliver a city that New Yorkers can actually afford.
There was reference to the 3 housing-related charter amendment questions. I know Mr. Cuomo is on the record as saying he favors them. We just heard Mr. Sliwa say that he's against them. Where do you stand on those?
I'm appreciative that those measures will be on the ballot and that New Yorkers will be able to cast their votes for them. I know that we desperately need to build more housing in this city, and I also know that the jobs we create in the building of that housing should be good jobs as well.
Political answer. What is your opinion, Zoran?
Yes or no?
Come on.
Yes or no?
What is your opinion? Yes or no, Zoran? Don't be a politician here.
I got it. They're pointing out what I was about to answer the question.
I think on the stage you can see 2 people appealing for the Republican Party's votes. And myself.
Answer the question. Answer the question for once.
My question to you was, do you support the 3 ballot amendment questions?
I have not yet taken a position on those ballot amendments.
Oh, what a shocker.
All right.
What a shocker.
Don't
worry, once he takes it, he'll change it anyway.
We're going to move on. The candidates, the rhetoric on the campaign trail has become more heated in recent weeks.
Savaged. Has he kissed the Democrat ring yet? I don't know, Porias. That's a good question. He's potentially kissed the Zionist lobby ring. That's the evidence I've seen so far. But we will find out. I'm sure Dilemmas will have an opinion for you, Porias, just for you. He'll tell you. But I get what you're saying, and it's true. Affordable housing and build to rent is a band-aid and won't solve the issue. Government-built housing is the only way to put downward pressure on prices. I think it is. Like, if you take a section of housing supply off the market, then there is less of this market-style housing around, and people have an alternative option, and they'll go over there, and then all these pricks that have like 5 or 6 houses and they can't be fucked renting out, they'll just be like, oh shit, there's less people that are desperate for housing. Oh, okay. Maybe my house, my overinflated house that I'm relying on, isn't as powerful as I thought it was. And so like that will help trade power in that housing situation there. Building public housing doesn't work in our current situation due to regulations, etc., slowing down builds. Like wheelchair access in every house, for example, all these extra steps add cost. Look, again, I understand what you're saying, and like I can only answer this. So like, please, I'm not being combative. But the only reason I know this is that I have worked in this sector before and in government. When the government wants to do housing projects, it's actually the most efficient in terms of turnaround. When private developers and like just general individuals go through the planning system, they have to get checks and balances at every single step of the way. When the government wants to build something because it's part of some big project, especially when it's done at the federal level, all the red tape is gone. They can plan it, they can design it, and they can start building in days. I'm telling you, if the land is there, they can plan, design, and start building, like start actually getting the process going within days. Because they control the process. They rewrite the legislation to make it suit them. They write all the rules anyway. They're gonna design stuff that is fully compliant. It's the developers out there. It's the people in the private sector. It's the mums and dad developers out there. Like it's the little people that want something that's outside of the legislative constraints, and so it slows down the process. I'm like, from what I have seen in the public sector, when they want to build something, because they make the fucking rules, they can do it without having to go through any of the process. They can do it so much faster. And even if they have to build to a high standard because they need to put in ramps and like make door frames larger to fit in like wheelchairs, and like to make housing suitable for people that age in place, as opposed to having to go everywhere, and they need like different standards in their housing, they just build that at the time. They just do that stuff at the time. If you like, those standards that you're talking about are standards across the board, and they affect private developers as well, especially private developers that are building social housing. So like, I'm not being combative, I'm just speaking from my experience in the industry. I'll expect that government may be more efficient in building, which then leads to how many people on welfare housing needs and how many are new immigrants. But like, that's the thing, right? If you're worried about immigrants taking places in schools and taking housing, if you put them all into public housing, they take the pressure off the private housing market, and then there's the problem solved. They can come into the housing, and then that frees up the private housing market, which is, I guess, what you want for people. Regulations aren't an issue. Cost of labor and materials are more legitimate obstacles, but it's mostly just poor LNP policy for the last 15 years. Interesting. You said it, Boreas. There's your answer, Boreas. There. He's kissed the ring. The son of the property tycoon organised the March for Australia. Yeah, interesting. In Victoria, at least. The tycoon was bragging on the radio that he had all these properties land banked. It is disgusting. I hate people that land bank. That's just that the market is failing when people start land banking. They're not using it for its purpose now, then fucking get rid of it. Someone else will use it. Someone who's desperate enough. But the largest issue, which everyone forgets, could just let people buy property back off the government, like a good value mortgage. Government gets the money back and people become owners more easily. Much like with education and health, you need a public system. With housing, you need a minimum standard. I think our ideas converge on that one for us. Look, it's a slippery slope though, Calzone. Like that's exactly how we got into the situation at the moment. We had public housing and then they just sold off all the public housing, and then everyone turned around and said, oh, we can't afford to build any more public housing because the government's too far in debt, so they don't build really public housing anymore. So like it's a slippery slope. I know what you're saying, like, oh, you know, you can cover the costs if you just sell that housing back to people over an agreed period. But like it is a slippery slope because then that diminishes the housing supply, and then that puts pressure on the market to provide all the housing. My argument has always been infrastructure can't cope. If the government wants to help more people, they need to get funds other ways than just increasing taxes. Well, let me just say, the government also prints money, and we live in a fiat money system. There's no gold standard anymore. They want money. They can print it. We are under this, I don't know, it's actually a neoliberal idea. It helps control the world. It helps secure the financial sector. We're under this belief here that like governments shouldn't print money because of inflation. And it's like, well, hello. Inflation is a crisis anyway. Inflation's already a problem because of market conditions, and government should be printing money to fund government projects. So like getting access to funds, yes, shouldn't be done through higher taxation rates. They make the money. They can print the money they need to fund the construction of infrastructure projects.
We have reached a point where two of the candidates on stage here tonight have armed security. I would like to spend a few minutes to see if we can dial down the rhetoric. Mr. Mamdani, some Jewish New Yorkers continue to say that your comments on Israel and the war in Gaza leave them feeling unsafe and concerned about their future in our city. Recently, several prominent New York rabbis took the unusual step of denouncing your candidacy, including the rabbi of the Park Avenue Synagogue in Manhattan and Rabbi Michael Miller, the longtime leader of the Jewish Community Relations Council, who is a friend to many of us. Do you have any regrets about how you've dealt with these issues, and will your longstanding views on the subject get in the way of your ability to be an effective mayor?
I look forward to being a mayor for every single person that calls this city home. Not just those who voted for me in the Democratic primary, not just those that vote for me in this general election, but all 8.5 million New Yorkers. And that includes Jewish New Yorkers who may have concerns or opposition to the positions that I've shared about Israel and Palestine. You know, just a few weeks ago, I was on the M57, the slowest bus in New York City.
Okay, just let me know. Hope it's all good.
And as I was seated there, there was a speech therapist who was sitting next to me. She told me that she was Jewish. She said that her daughter was a huge fan, but that she was not yet decided on who she was going to vote for. And she shared to me about her fears in this city, about rising anti-Semitism. And I told her what I will tell New Yorkers today, which is that I will be the mayor who doesn't just protect Jewish New Yorkers, but also celebrates and cherishes them, who doesn't just increase funding to hate crime prevention programs by 800%, who doesn't just ensure that the NYPD are outside of synagogues and temples on the high holy days, but also actually delivers on the implementation of the Hidden Voices curriculum in our school system, so that children in this city learn about the beauty and the breadth of the Jewish experience right here in the 5 boroughs.
Okay, I've got a different. Yeah, but can I just comment on that, please? You know, not everything is a TikTok video. You're the savior of the Jewish people. You won't denounce globalized intifada, which means kill Jews. There's unprecedented fear in New York. It was not several rabbis, Errol. It was 650 rabbis who signed the letter, not several.
Let me ask you a related question, Mr. Cuomo. Many New Yorkers have serious grievances with Israel and the way the Israeli government under Benjamin Netanyahu has conducted the war in Gaza and expanded settlements in the West Bank. What would you say to, and how would you handle New Yorkers who are in the streets, if you were mayor, protesting the actions of the Netanyahu government?
Fine, that's your right. Protest, demonstrate, disagree. God bless America. God bless New York City. God bless and there is no doubt that there's two sides on what's going on, and the passions are very high. That doesn't justify anti-Semitic behavior in New York. It doesn't justify having a Jewish population that feels unprotected in New York. It doesn't justify leaders who stoke the flames of hatred against Jewish people, which is what Zoran does, in my opinion.
I'll give him a chance to answer, and then we'll go to Mr. Sliwa.
You know, I've heard from Jewish New Yorkers about their fears about anti-Semitism in this city. And what they deserve is a leader who takes it seriously, who roots it out of these 5 boroughs, not one who weaponizes it as a means by which to score political points on a debate stage.
Mr. Sliwa.
Excuse me, Mr. Cuomo, it's my turn, all right? It's like 2 kids in a schoolyard.
Yeah, I heard you on the radio this morning.
Zoran, this is personal for me. I know you are under threat. The mother of my 2 youngest sons who are raised Jewish, Melinda Katz, is prosecuting this person who came up and tried to do you harm. But let me speak on behalf of my 2 sons. When they've heard some of the statements you've made, like in support of global jihad, and I hear some people out there saying the Jews, their time is due, which means the same thing. They're frightened, they're scared. They view you as the arsonist who fan the flames of anti-Semitism. They cannot suddenly accept the fact that you're coming in like a firefighter and you're going to put out these flames. You've got a lot of explaining to do, a lot of apologizing to do. My sons are afraid. Their family, their friends, many in the Jewish community are concerned if you become mayor because they don't think when anti-Semitism rears its ugly head, which it's now doing more than ever before, that you will have the ability to come in and put out those flames of hate.
Okay, yeah, you can.
I think there is room for disagreement on many positions and many policies, but I also want to correct the record. I have never, not once, spoken in support of global jihad. That is not something that I have said, and that continues to be ascribed to me, and frankly, I think much of it has to do with the fact that I am the first Muslim candidate to be on the precipice of winning this election. Now, all the same, Curtis, I do still want to be the mayor that will keep your sons safe, that will keep every single New Yorker safe. And it is my job to not only deliver on that commitment, but also to ensure that New Yorkers feel it every single day that they live in the city.
Okay, candidates, Brian's going to take us into the next section.
Thank you, Errol.
Such Zionist rhetoric to turn their atrocities into how it hurts the Jewish feelings. Yeah, I know. Like if he had, you know, the bull by the horns with this one, and I think it's more and more clear that he is Zionist, Zoran, isn't it? Unfortunately, like, you know, the rhetoric was like he had a perfect opportunity to be like, I am, and I've made it clear in terms of my, you know, global intifada claims that we oppose Zionism. I've got nothing wrong with Jewish people, but he can't even say that, like, oh, look, that's about opposing Zionism. It's got nothing to do with anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism and Zionism are not the same thing. They're not the same thing. Like, he could have gone down that path and explained it, but he can't. He can't use that rhetoric. He can't talk about Zionism, I guess. And like that would be the way to cut through that conversation and be like, it's not got anything to do with anti-Semitism. Like, you know, why not focus on that? Like that would have been, I guess you'd have to be independent for that, I guess. Yeah.
And the next section is some individual political questions, one for each of you. Let me start with you, Mr. Cuomo, then Katie will ask a question of Mr. Smith.
It looks like Indoctrinathan is back up. He's saying he's back up because he's ready. So if you're watching this right now, like I'm going to encourage you. I think there's a few people on, how many people we got on YouTube at the moment? Let me just have a quick look. We got 8 people on my count anyway. I don't know if my monitoring system's not always the best. 7 people. If you're watching this on YouTube right now, and you can, go over Twitch, because like in about like 2 minutes I gotta go, so I gotta raid Dilemmas. Oh my god. We're gonna raid Indoctrinathan. So get your ass over to Twitch and get ready for a raid. If you can join us. Now, do we start a new question or not? Well, let's just see what the question is. And we'll continue this tomorrow and we'll see what it's like. Because again, you're going to start to see all these clips from this. You're going to see all this, you know, I don't know, people's getting wet over like different cuts from different politicians that they enjoy the most. And so it's nice to get the full context of it. So we might watch the rest of this tomorrow.
Mr. Cuomo, the last...
Unfortunately, it's still political suicide and maybe actual suicide in the US. Hopefully that will change soon. Yeah, you look, got it. But like, it would be really easy to answer that question if you were kind of just, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. They brought up the no, actually they called him global jihad or something like that, didn't they? They didn't use the right terminology, but he could just be like, I've never done or said anything anti-Semitic before. I'm not I'm not anti-Semitic. I think that that's a problem. Like, I'm not supporting anything like that. But like, you know, there is a Zionist issue over there. So why not? What raid? Cox shotgun. Bring it, Fed. No, we're talking about Twitch raids here, I swear. Political suicide. But like, political suicide for what? For someone who's, I guess, wedded to the democratic machine and just can't scrape themselves out of that position, I guess. So like you got to be careful. Like I know there's a lot of fever for Mamdani and people are really excited and stuff. But if he's just another Democrat, like yeah, he's got a nice smile and he's Muslim. But like, you know, Obama was black and had a nice smile and everyone thought he was going to do wonderful things. And like he ramped up, he probably is one of the catalysts for why we live in a surveillance capitalist world at the moment right now. He did some atrocious things, but like he had a nice smile and he was the right ethnic profile at the time. The writing's on the wall, the warning signs are there. And so like, you know, smaller stakes, obviously he's just the mayor, but like, you know, the mayor of like the beating heart of the world, of the citadel of world capital. Like, you know, it's an important place. That's for sure. All right. We're not going to listen to the last one. Integers ready. Did you see that President Sunday video I uploaded to Discord? No, I don't think I have actually. I'll check it out. I'll have a look. But yes, everyone, thank you very much for your time today. We will continue this tomorrow. Some people might be interested and want to watch this already. I know Jag's probably watched this. Like it's how many hours? It's 5 hours old. Jag's probably watched this like 5 times already. But we'll continue to some more of this tomorrow. Smith monetization in 2016. He posits that the left isn't good at purity testing. We don't vet our leftists enough. Interesting. That is interesting. I'll check it out. But yes, thank you very much for today. If you've been hanging around, if you've been lurking, if you've been doing all that sort of stuff, I do appreciate it. 100%. They're trying to separate Jewish New Yorkers from Israel while asking him to apologize for their fears of Islam because of the genocide. Really weird. You better not hate Sunday, LOL. Oh, really? Okay. I will check it out and I will get back to you. I don't hate anyone, I swear. I'm just critically minded. All right, I'm going to bounce and we are going to raid now. So thank you everyone for today. And we will be back tomorrow for an end of the week stream. We do a Far Right Friday, courtesy of Jerry Poppins. And I will see you all there. And we're going over to do some raiding now. So strap yourselves in. Let's raid. Let me set this bad boy up. I don't know why they asked me to search for something. Who do you want to raid? I raid the same fucking person every time. Come on. All right, we're going to start this raid. And let's see. Start raid. Yeah, thank you, everyone. And until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. And I will see you on the morrow. Enjoy your evenings. Enjoy your afternoons. Here we are, Dr. Nathan. Over to you.